All right, good evening. Thank you for coming to this special joint meeting with the Mayor and City Council to the Northampton Policing Review Commission. Thank you for extending your time a little past March 18th. The council agenda is quite full this time of year, and we wanted to make sure that we carved out some dedicated time to honor your incredibly hard work and also to be able to engage with you without it feeling rushed or worse, subjecting you to doing it at 11 p.m., which sometimes happens with presentations at the council meeting. I'm going to ask Laura to take the roll for the council to note our attendance, and then if it's okay with you, we'll convene by turning the floor over to the commission for a brief overview of the report, which we've all had the opportunity to read, and then we will open it up for discussion.
Councillor Dwight.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Hold up, wait. You should be able to unmute Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
Councillor Quinlan.
Here.
Councillor Shara.
Here.
And Councillor Thorpe.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, commission, welcome, and we'll give you the floor for now, and then we'll have a discussion. So I don't know how you you all should be co-hosts and able to unmute yourselves and talk, but just let me know if anyone's missing.
Yeah, I think we're set right now from what I can see. So I'm just going to share my screen and we'll do a sort of really short presentation just to go over some of this. So I'm going to share my screen now.
Does that work?
Yeah. So we should have this. And so we're just going to start out with a general welcome and thank you for having us and thank you for starting this. So to the City Council and the Mayor, this was actually really important and we really appreciate the opportunity to do all of this. And we're just going to jump right in. And so I'm going to actually hand things off to Cynthia to talk about how we framed sort of what we did.
Thank you, Dan. Everyone hear me okay? Okay. Thank you very much for inviting us. And just want to reiterate that the charge that you gave us was to rethink the city's approach to policing. And we appreciate that opportunity to be part of that discussion. And we see our work as a starting point for action going forward. In our exploration of rethinking policing, we conducted a review of the Northampton Police Department. That included asking questions and requesting information from the MPD. We also reviewed police reform proposals and projects being conducted throughout the nation. We searched databases and organizational initiatives on police reform that were grounded in research and evidence. We asked for and we heard community input about individual experiences with policing. We interviewed and contacted several community resources that are listed in our appendix. It became clear to us early on that we needed to explore the topic from several vantage points, so we organized ourselves into 4 subcommittees that allowed for a more focused review, first of all, of the policies and the procedures within the NPD, the budget and the contracts within the NPD, alternative approaches to carceral responses, and we also initiated attempts to outreach to marginalized populations who could not appear in our public comment or our public hearings because of technological restrictions. And we also attempted to outreach to individuals who did not feel safe speaking in public. I'm not going to tell you that as a commission, we agreed with every single deliberation or direction of a discussion, but I can tell you that we represented many diverse points of view of rethinking policing in Northampton. And I also can tell you this, that our research led us to the common ground and consensus in our commission that everyone in our community wants to feel safe. And we're confident that you heard from individuals in your 7 hours of testimony this summer that many people in our community do not feel safe. And we also learned that the social safety nets that were designed to protect the vulnerable that we thought were in place are in need of repair. The NPD has, as well as many other police departments in the nation, have tried to fill those gaps in these social safety nets. And this led us to the exploration of how to reimagine safety. Why do some of our members of the community feel safe and others do not? What exactly is safety, and how do we ensure safety is equitable when some people feel the sight of an armed, uniformed individual ignites trauma and fear? Where are the gaps in the community and the social services that hinder this feeling of being safe in Northampton? Can equating safety with health help us to understand these gaps by using public health models of prevention, intervention, assessment, and policies to help us close those gaps? These questions led us to think about ways we could explore opportunities to reinvest in community resources into a space that addresses incidents where a police presence can be reduced without impacting the safety of our residents, business owners, and visitors, as well as those who are suffering from addiction, houselessness, poverty, mental illness, domestic violence, and racism. We explored prevention and intervention models that led us to opportunities and conversation about how a community can reinvest its talent, its resources, and its funding toward a city-led initiative to keep our communities safe for all. Yeah, if I can have the next slide. So you saw this slide in our final report, and we know that reforms and changes to policing are as old as the institution of policing itself, and there have been decades of reform after major incidents occur, but issues still persist. In Northampton, there has never been an example of extrajudicial killing, and of course we want to maintain that record. But after the summer of 2020, during a period of national unrest, dozens of cities and towns and states are reviewing their approaches to policing. So we wanted to offer 3 examples. These are just 3 of many, many examples in our country where significantly different approaches to addressing policing ranged from incremental to bold. But first, let's start with the Commonwealth. As you know, Governor Baker recently signed legislation that would create 8 commissions to review policing in our Commonwealth. The legislation also suggests conducting a study on qualified immunity, body cam regulations, and the use of less lethal weapons. The legislature of the act also said to review the civil service system and investigate structural racism in the police department, as well as remove the requirement that schools have officers assigned to them. While this legislation is a start, the municipality approach to addressing systemic racism and the deterioration of the social safety net is currently preferred because it's faster and it takes into consideration the uniqueness and the nuance of an individual community, as we tried to do in the community in Northampton. But let me just tell you what's happening in Austin, Texas. We bring up this example. We know Austin, comparing Austin to Northampton is a stretch, but the elements of this proposal include many of the possibilities that can be achieved in our community. And of particular note, this proposal was recommended and generated by the city council in Austin, the city's city council. So Austin identified many of the same social issues we identified in our report, and they decided that the best way to address these issues that impacted policing complaints was to fund a stronger hold. This reallocation was moved to proven methods of preventing violence from spreading in their community. And some of the examples of this is they created a civil rights office, an equity office, an office of police oversight, mental health first responders, gun violence prevention programs, family violence shelter, houseless housing and services, victim services, food access, workforce development initiatives, reentry programs for formerly incarcerated people, parks, and more. Let's go up north to 91 to Brattleboro, Vermont, where their response to the summer of 2020 unrest was to hire a consulting firm to help them rethink the police presence in their community. So the consultants used facilitators to conduct focus groups throughout the town. Their report was released in January with some similar findings to ours. They found that racial bias and profiling are active in the community and in the Brattleboro Police Department's response to community safety. They found that police response in involuntary interventions, mental, emotional, and health crisis responses were ineffective and often harmful for many community members. Consistently across all the focus groups, it was determined that poverty, houselessness, lack of belonging, and lack of ability to meet basic needs were named as some of the largest threats to the community's well-being and safety. Voluntary report, mutual support, mutual aid, projects led by marginalized people and basic needs like safe housing, good food, and places for belonging and connection were recognized as some of the biggest current safety needs in the community. The respondents in Brattleboro, most impacted by policing, wanted to reduce police presence with their communities as opposed to the concept of community policing. And then finally, there's Ithaca, New York, a small college town with a population of 30,000. Sound familiar? So in New York State, the Governor Cuomo, after the summer of 2020 incident, required all municipalities in New York to review the policies and practices in their police departments for systemic racism. So those reviews are due on the governor's desk in 2 days, April 1st. So Ithaca's mayor took a leadership role in proposing a plan to the town city council, also known as the Common Council. His plan is to entirely remove the police department as it exists today. Instead, all dispatches would be referred to a public safety department, similar to what we're recommending. That includes armed and unarmed options. All individuals would be required to apply for positions within this new department, as new job descriptions are currently being drafted for every position. This restructuring is following the premise that the issues in Ithaca are institutional, not individual. Leadership and oversight in this new department would be by civilians. If approved, all these changes are scheduled to happen in 2022-23. So all of the above approaches recognize the varying levels of safety felt by community members, as well as the increase in complex social issues that contribute to behavior that is best addressed, we think, by an unarmed response. So this was a somewhat of an overview of our thinking and our premises for our report. And Dan now will provide you with an overview of the Commission's recommendations for addressing the issues we identified in Northampton. Dan?
Yeah, so one of the things that was actually really important to us and where we sort of started getting back to that idea of reimagining is that we looked at this not from the perspective of how do you improve what we have, but really to get to the question of what is safety to begin with, and then going from there to sort of say, how do we get that? And that could include changing what we have or making something new, but at least the emphasis there was on how do you make people safe? And looking at research, looking at evidence, looking at best practices that have been established. And so this is one of those important things. And it's important to sort of take that into account in terms of what we're recommending here. So we sort of categorized the things that we had into immediate changes, and then a set of things that can be expanded upon as next steps. And so the biggest is a new Department of Community Care that exists independent of the police department and includes peer responders that are going to be housed within the city. One of the biggest things is, as we were looking at what makes people safe and all these different safety options and opportunities, it really became clear that there had to be some sort of city infrastructure to house them. And in talking with people in the city, it became really clear that that's something that we're missing, is a point person that connects all of these different services that are currently being provided both by the city, by individual organizations, by nonprofits that are in the city. But there's no connection and communication there. And so this would house a sort of nexus for that. And so you'd have a peer responder who could work and connect people with that. They'd also be unarmed, which is one of the bigger points, making sure that we're not introducing the risk of extrajudicial killings by making sure that that's not part of the process for dealing with people who might be in an extreme emotional state. And then we want to focus on de-escalation, talk a little bit more about that later. The other immediate recommendations, some of these are things that are already being worked on. So the Resiliency Hub as a place for people to get help, as a place for people to stay warm during the winter, during the days, things like that. We want to emphasize how important that is. One of the key things that we found is that there's a lack of service and support for people who are experiencing houselessness. And so making that part of the city is going to be really important. But we also have establishing safe policies for responders. So looking at how many people are staffed, how many emergency responders you have, and really looking across departments to make that establishment. And then the last two that we have, one of them is to conduct a citywide needs assessment, which is a huge process, but really understanding where the gaps are. We did as much as we could, but I think there are a lot more, and that could also include reaching out to the organizations that do this kind of work, that are involved in these sort of nonviolent and unarmed responses, and ask those organizations what they're like, really investigating what their relationships are with each other, with the city, and then identifying the gaps and the bridges that you'd need. And working with the people. I mean, we did a lot of outreach. We had a lot of public comment. We got to hear a lot of voices, but there's also only so much that we could do. And it would be great to bring in more voices to hear specifically what makes people feel safe, what they feel they need. And then finally, and then part of that is to really look at what the police do with their time, and really what any safety organization does with its time. And to really ask the question, what are you providing? Not in a bad way, and not to find ways to be punitive, but to really understand what happens in Northampton. We tried to do that a little bit. You know, you can see that violent crime is really on the decline. Depending on what you're looking at, half of them are, or we're at about half of what we were about 10 years ago for certain types of crime. And it makes up maybe about 6%, probably actually a little less if you got deeper into the numbers for what the police are actually responding to. And so we're looking at 94% of these things that could be done by maybe somebody else. But of course, it's going to be hard to say exactly that. So we'd really recommend doing a needs assessment and doing some of those time audits. There's a group that we spoke with that did a lot of this work for other cities, including Ithaca, San Diego, Oakland. I know I'm forgetting a bunch of them. One of them is called Age Datalytics. They actually worked with the city of Northampton a while ago, but they can do a lot of things. In addition to looking at that time, they can also help to categorize and make sense of all of that time as well. And then the final part of the immediate changes is going to be evaluating the success of this initiative. So how do you know what you've done worked? So really setting up and establishing what the milestones are for any of these projects, to make sure that they're actually doing what we expect them to do. They should. None of these things are unique or new, but it always makes sense to do some of that testing too. Optimistically looking at that, then it leads us to what you might want to do as you scale up. So you say, okay, we have this department, it works. Their responses to nonviolent emergencies, they're responding to substance use, to calls about houselessness, things like that. What else could we do? And that's where you get to things like overseeing a civilian flagger or traffic detail program. So you could have, the state of Massachusetts opened up civilian flaggers about 12 years ago. So you can have really anyone who goes through the training doing that. So you could open this up to any city employee, right? So you have unarmed flaggers at those points. The same thing for looking at medical emergencies, general police presence and patrol, animal control, minor traffic accidents, and then finally restorative justice, really looking at how you might house that outside of the police department and with a lot of community input as part of that. And so really the biggest thing again is a department that's outside of the police department. And the reason for that is it's created with intentionality from the ground up, with the goal, or not with a goal, but with a need to have accountability to the people that it serves. And so having people who have experienced houselessness, people who have experienced substance use, having them evolved as co-designers, having them in different levels of leadership positions, having them staff that is really going to be important. It helps, to keep that all moving towards the goal of an intervention method, an intervention model and a prevention model, similar, as Cynthia said, to a public health model of dealing with these issues. This also gives us new non-carceral options for responses. And it opens up collaboration spaces with new departments. And it reduces the stigma associated with police involvement, right? Even if the police are showing up for a mental health call, it's not a violation of the law. It's even a wellness check, that when the police show up and people see that, they make assumptions, right? We all do. And so this is a way to reduce some of that stigma so that people don't necessarily feel called out when they're looking for help and when they're calling for help. One of the other benefits of having a department that does this is that you're not limited by grant cycles, which a lot of the programs in Northampton are, meaning every 3-4 years, you don't know if you're still going to have funding and have a department. So you can't really do long-term planning. It's really hard with no guarantee. And so this guarantees that there will be funds available. There'll be staffing for this as a program. It's not going to have to restart or stop. And it also gives this organization access to the city infrastructure, right? So instead of reinventing the wheel for some of these things, we can move those responsibilities into this department. It's a little bit more streamlined in terms of large scale changes. What it might do at the start would be staffing during high call volume times so that they can respond quickly to those. Again, thinking about how you introduce this as a change. That also allows the folks who are creating and staffing and leading this department to really decide the direction that it goes and to establish things as they need to so that they can grow appropriately. It would respond to wellness checks, substance use calls, calls for service around houseless individuals, and it's going to focus on non-coercive and non-violent models of intervention and prevention, which is actually extraordinarily important. I think it's just yesterday that came out, there was a study that when you don't arrest someone who has their first sort of violation of the law, when you can introduce them into other intervention models, only about 24% of them will reoffend. That means you've got a 75% chance or more of keeping someone out of the criminal justice system, right? Just by introducing a non-carceral option. So we want that. And it can be expanded beyond just what we've started, but to go for other nonviolent calls or calls that don't require an armed response. How it works would be, it's a mobile crisis response team. So just like other cities, there would be people who are available to respond to a call. The public safety communications or dispatch in Northampton is extraordinarily well trained, and they have a process for triaging all of their calls. This is just giving them another tool and another place for calls to go, so that the default is not just police, ambulance, or fire. So we're giving them that option. It also gives them a chance to provide options for calls when there are business calls. So it's not an emergency, but it's a call about, what do I do? I think my child is using drugs, or I'm worried about their behavior, things like that, right? That you have another options. You have a group that you can call and they can respond and help. And again, that's part of the city infrastructure. And then we do want to focus on having peer responders. So that's someone who has all of the required training, all of the certifications that are necessary, but they also have experiences with that similar difficult situation in their lives. So they've got that, built-in empathy for that. And then we do want to say this can grow. So when you have people who are intentionally included as who are the most affected, they'll be able to help shape that in a way that's meaningful, in a way that provides the best outcomes, right? They know what they need. So I'll have that. It can also, one of the cool things is that this can actually be moved across municipalities, right? So if there's enough interest, you could have a coalition of cities helping to fund this and increase that, so that Whately, East Hampton, all of these surrounding areas, instead of having to build something new, they can they can contribute in, and people can respond to those calls. And we can move that across and open it up. That also allows for another source of funding as well, which is always important. And then again, that this group, this department can take on other responsibilities, again, thinking about how to transition those in a meaningful way across time, so that you have basically the maximum amount of unarmed responses for for people when they call for help. And that pretty much wraps us up. I don't want to go into every single thing that I don't want to just read the report at you, because that's just going to be problematic. So I think we'll switch it over to questions. And as a quick note, might call on folks who are really experienced depending on the question. So it might not just be Cynthia and I. We have a lot of folks with a lot of knowledge in here.
Thank you.
And I can stop sharing too.
Great. First, I just want to give a thank you to you all. I'm not sure I can properly thank you for this work. All the commissioners that I appointed, I had conversations with beforehand and tried to impress upon them that I knew it was going to be a significant commitment of time and energy and of themselves. But I couldn't tell them exactly how much, because the structure and the schedule of the commission was being determined by the commission. And it turns out that I truly had no idea of the amount of time I was asking you to devote. So thank you. It's really stunning the amount of meetings and hours you all committed to this process. And I'm very grateful for that time and the hard conversations you had and the emotional impact of it. And having read the reflections that some of the commissioners wrote about their participation, I want to recognize what it meant to you all and how some of you clearly felt changed by this process. I watched your last meeting yesterday when you were approving your final minutes, and your relief at being done was palpable, but also maybe more importantly, so was that a sense of camaraderie that I felt. And you clearly all have been through something together, and it was obvious that there's mutual respect and fondness. So this is my just general thank you, and I want to give a huge thanks to the co-chairs, Dan for carrying that responsibility all along, and Cynthia for stepping in and stepping up. It's not easy work to co-chair. And I want to thank also the former commissioners who contributed a great deal to the process. And I also want to give a really special thanks to NOAA, who managed so much, more than they imagined as well, I think. Jumping into municipal work is never easy. And there's so many restrictions and regulations to the work. And this was deeply emotional work sometimes. So NOAA really handled it with great grace and was such a great help and asset to the work. So that is my thank you to you all. And I want to hand it over to Mayor Narkowitz next, and then we'll jump into questions.
I want to just echo what the council president said and just extend my thanks to all of the commissioners for the many hours that you put into this process. I too had those conversations with the folks that I appointed, and I was asked the same questions about, how many meetings will it be? How many times will we meet? And I too definitely probably undershot the runway on that, and had no idea how often you would meet. And obviously, most importantly, all the public hearings that you held to try to gather public input. And so I just want to thank you on behalf of the city. It was obviously a big charge in a somewhat time constrained amount of time. And so I'm looking forward to hearing more tonight, as well as continuing to kind of dig through the report myself and with my team as we and obviously ask some questions tonight as well. So just thank you again to everyone for this work on behalf of your city.
Councillor Dwight
I, I'm sorry, I'm going to pile on and just with the gratitudes. First of all, I realize that you all have endured a baptism by fire, and probably, no one anticipated to what extent that meant. Essentially, we charged you with trying to discover a panacea which is insane. The fact is that you guys tilted at this windmill, and I think actually produced an incredible document that it was essentially the distillation of my thoughts in many respects, and then also I've learned a great deal as a result. Your report actually aligns with much of what I've been thinking throughout my life about what it means to be policed, what it means policing means, and how it manifests in our world, and the consequences. Of course, it is essentially the consequence of a larger cultural issue. But the fact is, this very sharply focused area wasn't as focused as we all thought, obviously. I have a question, and the question is actually just a simple one. It's relative to what Dan was talking about the certification and training of either peer counselors or any other counselors. Is there a certification program or an agency that you guys have identified that exists here in the Commonwealth that would, because I'm not sure what you mean by certification necessarily, and I'm not sure what the certification actually would do under Massachusetts law?
Yeah, so there are a number of different ways. Like you can establish, what you want for a department to say, do you need certified responders? If you do, what programs do they go through? There are a number of them that exist, but I'm going to actually defer to Carol. Do you know of the specific ones in Massachusetts?
I
Or-
do not. I was afraid you were going to defer to me because I know they exist, but I can't name them.
But Nick has his hand up
And
here.
maybe Nick knows.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
In the mental health field, there is a state contracted certifying organization called the Transformation Center. And they provide, the training is about 3 weeks plus a number of weekends. It's pretty intensive. People have to apply for it. And it is sponsored, it's funded by the state, and it leads to a state certification. That said, there are other trainings. Another well-known one around here is intentional peer support, IPS, that aren't sanctioned by the state, but they are equally, they may even be better in some ways. But I'm just saying there are formal training programs out there. That is particularly focused on the mental health field, but it's broader than that. And there may be other trainings for post-incarceration or substance use issues that I'm not as aware of, but I'm quite aware of these two training programs. And I think they're both excellent. And I have seen incredible growth of the individuals who went through those trainings, really remarkable. I feel they're very valuable.
So I'm going to tell counselors, there are a lot of people, and with both of us, our commission and the council having a lot of people with cameras on, I can't see all of you at this moment. So if you all can do something that we don't usually do, but use the raise hand feature, that would help me quite a bit. And so just to note, this is just for the council. Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. So I really got to thank everybody who participated in this commission you engaged the community in a discussion that needed to happen, urgently needed to happen, and that 9 months ago we were very stuck. But the work that you've done, you've laid a foundation for us to be able to move forward. And I think underneath all of the recommendations, the fact that we came together as a community to have this discussion, and that we have a means to have the conversation and move forward, it's actually quite remarkable, and I really appreciate that. And one of the other pieces that I really appreciate coming out of the work that you've done has to do with the focus on our houseless community. I think that in the past, we've come to loggerheads around how to discuss, the issues of panhandling, camping around the city, and that I really appreciate the way that it's in that the recommendations and the way that we can now start to talk about that issue in a compassionate way. It's needed. We have the recommendations are laying out ways that we can start to provide services for people. But again, the tone and the way we're having that conversation, I think, is different, and I super appreciate that. So I really want to thank everybody for that. The question I want to ask to the commission is, I'm curious around how you came to consensus on the recommendations. There's 4 comments at the end of the report where you can see the diversity of opinion, and when I read those, I'm wondering how you can land on the recommendations as they're laid out. So I'd be interested in knowing, how you came to agreement on to how to put things in the report and make your recommendations.
Councilor, thank you for the question, Councilor Nash. So that was a challenge, but let me just say, Dan and I came up with this sort of 5 or 6 consensus points, or maybe troublesome spots. And Dan, and we talked about bringing facilitators in to try to manage us. Sometimes we felt like we were out of control, but Dan came up with this red light, green light, yellow light thing. And so what we did was we listed a few things, and we said, okay, tell us what's the red light that you absolutely cannot live with. And tell us what the green light is that no problem, no discussion. And then the yellow lights is, I could go either way, but I want more information. So Dan, help me out if I'm incorrect here, or any of the other commissioners, but we spent a few hours on doing that. And they were very broad. And when you do read our personal statements, you'll see there is a range there. And so were there some lukewarm folks putting on a green light? I suspect there were. But that's the way we did it. And I don't know, Dan, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think a lot of this, I'm going to say probably the first half of our time as commissioners was really spent sort of figuring out what we were as a group, but also where we were as individuals. And that time, I think, actually helped, make it a little easier when you were like, oh, okay, so I know more about this. I've got feelings on this. I know what I'm thinking, and that makes it easier for you to express it in a meeting. But I think the other part of this, I think when I looked the last time, we had like 73 like official meetings by the end, maybe even 74 if you count that last approval of minutes, which, really does it, like all of that time seems, I'm going to say, rough going through it, but it does allow you to sort of see who people are, where they're coming from, what they bring. And there was, I think, a lot of time spent listening. And that way it makes it a little easier when you get to the end and we started talking about this and we were workshopping and sort of editing even down to the last minute, sort of doing, really digging into what phrases are there and things like that to hit that consensus point. And we still use that same. So we had the value statements that we sort of went with just amongst ourselves. And then for the actual report, we did the same sort of red light, green light, yellow light to try and identify as much as we could, especially where there was a red light, where there was something that like we couldn't, like someone couldn't agree with that, to make sure that we were all on board, at least within, I agree with this, but it could use some work.
But I'd also encourage other commissioners, because it was not a kumbaya effort. I mean, there's a lot of wrangling there. And so I know folks had some strong feelings. So if anyone else wants to relay those, that'd be great. I think you can just jump in, Carol.
Sorry, I couldn't find the function for the raised hand. So I think one of the other things that brought people together towards the end was our review of our reflections on what we had heard from the public over time, because we opened each meeting with a public comment period. And as you know, we had 3 public hearings, and there were some really pervasive themes that occurred in all of that. Having looked at some of the quotations that the testimonies that we collected, there was a diversity of opinion based on people's experience of policing in Northampton and their sense of public safety and security and in this town. But the pervasive theme was there was a drumbeat of commentary about the need to reevaluate all of the various functions that police, not only in Northampton, but nationally, have taken over in the last 30 years, since there had been, disinvestment in mental health, deinstitutionalization without matched dollars for community-based services for all those folks who were let out of the institutions, and then social services, again, a defunding. And so the folks who came on the screen and testified, some of them again and again, really persuaded a lot of us that we needed to look at this major recommendation that we came up with, which is the creation of another program that had maybe some permanency in town that we can build upon to really address a lot of unaddressed social needs. And I think regardless of where people were on the right-left spectrum of how much reform or is the revolution coming, or, there was a lot of diversity there, but I think in the end, we came together around the intent to give you recommendations that had some impact and that represented what we had heard over time from the public.
Thank you.
These are the idiots that are trying to defund us.
I am looking for hands. Councillor Dwight.
So you're all probably aware of this, probably more aware of it than you were before you started in, that Northampton is a separation of powers and division of government, and that there are charges that fall under the aegis of the city council, which is that we generate laws, and that we also oversee or vote on the budget. The executive branch, of course, creates and generates policies and manages and controls the departments. One of the things that, so I was scouring the report on third read for initiatives that might fall in our purview for the council. And I couldn't really identify anything all that clearly. I mean, basically the recommendations will require our support, usually for approval in a budgetary sense, once the proposals come from the mayor. But did any of you discuss what it is the council should be considering as we go forward with this, to either support it, reinforce it, or actually expand on it?
Yeah. So I guess I'll take a stab at that. So I think in addition to having the separations, I think we all know that Northampton, a lot of the power resides in the mayor to make a lot of these changes. But in the places that we've looked at, the best outcomes are the ones that sort of have a marriage between those two branches, and that they're not being adversarial, that they're being collaborative and cooperative. And that's sort of what we see, or what we hope to see here as well. So a lot of these things do require the mayor to make a sort of a change to the administrative code, so that it's so that there's a new department, and make allocations for spending and things like that. Because those powers exist in the executive branch, that's where those things have to happen. For us, the legislative options were still there. There's decriminalizing different things. There's sort of changes to ordinances to make them a little more friendly for unhoused people. But those changes don't always produce a quick or a large effect or impact, especially immediately. Granted, the decriminalization probably will have a much larger impact. But because we were focused on the sort of the maximum impact for the least amount of effort, I think a lot of it ended up being suggestions that are much more executive heavy. Javier?
Yeah, sort of building into what Dad is saying, Council right. I see the fact that when we debated about how the city would implement this and the role of the different levels of the city, certainly the first idea that we came with was that the budget has to be a reflection of who we want to be and who we are as a community. And the mayor plays a central role in the building of the budget, and also the city council. So in the approval process, right, in the comment process. And I think that's essential for any recommendation that we're doing to be able to move forward. So the role of the city council, the mayor, are essential for the implementation, for the creation, and for the existence of these recommendations to be able to be implemented. Yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Kind of building, oh, sorry, Councilor Foster, just sort of quickly, still within sort of the legal side, the legislative side, but moving it to the to state law. You say that limitations which impacted your ability to make recommendations included restrictive state laws, and that they require more study and expert analysis. But those laws or what should be studied aren't listed or cited. Can you share what those are?
Yeah, I think the biggest one that came up is especially around restorative justice and programs where you're getting state money and grant funding for that. Those programs can't touch domestic violence at all. So if you're getting state funding for your program for restorative justice, you can't tackle or be involved in cases of domestic violence. And that's a state law. There's some others that are very similar in terms of what requires a police response or what the department has to respond to. That we also want to be careful that there are limitations for how far we can go that are at the state level. That doesn't mean that they can't be overcome, that you can't have programs that work with them. And I think there are the beginning of programs that do restorative and transformative justice that are trying to navigate that space. And I think they're doing it pretty well. The Does anyone else have specific examples that they can think of? Nandy, I see your hand up, but I also know it was up from before. I don't know if that's.
Yeah. Well, I can add just briefly. I know that the issue of qualified immunity came up many times as something that felt like it was outside of the purview of the city of Northampton, but has really big implications for what happens if there are complaints and you know, that was an issue that our subcommittee focused on, the existing policies and procedures, wanted to have a handle on what to do if there is an officer who commits an act, and kind of what can we do to kind of not have repeats of injustices. And it felt like that was something out of the hands of the city. So that's just one example of something we could talk about. But just circling back to the question about what city council can do, I just want to put a plug in. Our subcommittee also highlighted a need to take a close look at the complaint process that currently exists. I don't know if that's an executive thing or a city council thing, but we left it kind of, you know, we didn't know kind of exactly what should be done. Our concern was the way it currently is that all of the complaints are adjudicated in the police department in a 3-tier system where they kind of look at things as either a violation of law, a violation of rules, or basically not meritorious. And that, so what it means is complaints that people in the city might have about, you know, being treated rudely or treated without respect, those might not fall under a violation of law, a violation of rules, and then would be sort of dismissed as not really a viable concern. The police chief described things like this as customer service complaints. And it struck us that there was a need to kind of revise that and have the whole process happen outside of the police department, but we didn't get into the details of how it should be done. So I imagine city council could think that through and come up with its own guidance about how complaints should be handled in a sort of an independent way that that citizens can look into and feel like it's being redressed outside the department. So that's all I wanted to say.
And Booker, I saw your hand go up too.
Oh, you're muted.
I'm uncomfortably watching Marion Lafarge, who also wants to speak, but I'm going to this is my own projective view of, as soon as we learned how complicated Northampton's decision-making process is, it's really limiting on when you start thinking about how should we try to make things happen in the city. And we spent some time saying, how do we do this? But I think the Alternatives Committee, which is one of the subcommittees, said, let's just say, here are the things that we would like to see happen, and then leave it up to all of you to figure out how to make this happen. I recognize, boy, do I recognize now how complicated it is to make decisions with open meeting rules and how to make things happen. That's all complicated. Now, also from the state level, one of our state reps, one complicated issue is, how do you get programs funded? And a lot of funding is coming from the state and how things will happen. I personally, I'm glad that there is funding for a restorative justice program within Northampton. I'm personally disappointed that it's being run through the police, because my view of what restorative justice is you never involve the legal system in the decision-making of obtaining justice. And by the way, when we say restorative justice, this is like saying the word defund. It has all kinds of meanings for lots of different people. And everybody has to get onto the same page as, what do you mean by that? So to me, as soon as police are involved with restorative justice, it's no longer restorative justice. It's a different thing. And that's why I'm disappointed that the present funding for a restorative justice program within Northampton is run through the police department. And I think it would be better if that could be differently. Our state rep is funding a number of alternative programs to the state that specifically asked that the police department not be involved with the funding, so that these programs can run in a different way. And I think that's going to be an ongoing issue for the city council and the mayor to look at how to look at programs that are run independently of the police, rather than having the police as where the funding runs. So this is a really complicated process. And I'm going to thank all of you on the city council. Now I have a better appreciation of how complicated all of this stuff is in trying to do things in a fair and thoughtful manner.
Thank you. Thank you for alerting me to Councilor Labarge, who I couldn't see. Councilor Labarge, I'm going to go to Councilor Foster first, then to you, and then to Councilor Jarrett, for the hands I see. So Councilor Foster. And Councilor Mayari, I see you.
Thank you, Councilor Shara. And I'd like to echo the thanks that were given to the commission. This is a community conversation that we needed to have. And, you know, I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I've had some lengthy conversations with a few of you, and I know how much thought and hard work and dedication has gone into this very large charge. And I appreciate you stepping forward to take this on. I think it's really important. While I've been listening or I've read the report, and one question that I have for you as a commission is if there are things that, hindsight's 2020 and you had a limited amount of time to work on this, but if you could go back and start with asking different questions or with different resources, I guess the question I have for you is, are there gaps in the work you did that merit that you would, if you could either go back, you would have centered in this 6 months of work, or you would recommend like, hey, you've really got to talk with people from this agency or with this lived experience, or with something specific that you feel like you weren't able to get to during this time?
I would imagine that there will be 15 hands or more coming up with this. I think I'll start it off. So just for myself, I think, wow, we needed a project manager. I think that was a big part of it. And I mean, that, hindsight's 2020 wouldn't have been great. And the same thing, one of the things that I think we lost, right? So this was all inspired by, the sort of talk about race and how race and policing interact. And we didn't actually talk that much about it. We didn't get into it. We did approach this with the low-hanging fruit, so the things that most people will be amenable to, right? Which is, getting people the right response for mental health, for substance use, and then how do you get guns out of armed police response out of a lot of calls, so that you don't have the opportunity to have another George Floyd incident, right? So it hasn't happened here yet, and that's great, but how do you make sure that it doesn't happen in the future? I'll speak for myself when I say I think the things that we learned is that everyone's asking that question, and no one has a great set of answers other than to reduce the frequency of police and community interactions. If you remove that element, that reduces the likelihood of the problem. And that's pretty much the consensus. There's not a lot about how do you continue policing in the way that it happens now and somehow make it sort of immune to the effects of systemic racism. And so I think I would have loved to have spent more time, but I'm also sort of cognizant of the fact that people spend an entire career looking at this and don't come up with an answer. So I don't know what we could have done more in the time that we had to necessarily encompass all of the things that we did get to and add that. But that's something that still is concerning, I think, for me. And then I'll pass it to anyone else. Namdi and then Cynthia.
So just on that question that came about what I think we could have done differently, but this is, again, just my view speaking for myself, not for the other commissioners. I do think this was a process that might have benefited from inviting input from the police department more in the beginning. Not to be bound to follow their directions or to decide that we should be obligated to give them equal voice. But I think that we kind of, in my view, kind of went too far in the other direction and were unnecessarily sort of hostile to influence from the Northampton Police Department and hearing their point of view. I think one of the things we did right is our report does include, these reflections at the end that allows every commissioner to kind of give their input. So what I like about this process is that we did present a consensus. I think it's a credible consensus that all of us can buy into, while also having the freedom to note shortcomings. And with any document like this, it's important for the readers to think about both. Think about the overall consensus, the main message, but also the areas of weakness. So that it's an imperfect document, but it's one that is the best I think we could do under the time we had. Maybe the other group that I think we, towards the end, I started to feel personally bad that we didn't go after it in a more direct way, or people who would identify themselves as having been victims of serious crime and being helped by police. There were a few who came to us in a pretty strong way, arguing for concerns that if we took steps in the direction of quote unquote abolishing the police, people like this would have been greatly concerned that they had, from their lived experience, they would have felt that they were not, they were helped so much by the police in a time of need. They were in a situation with domestic violence or sexual assault or something where they really benefited from having the police there to back them up and support them. And I think those voices were not maybe invited as strongly. We had public forums, anybody could come who wanted to come. But I think that we also made efforts to seek out certain voices. And that would be two populations I think we could have done better at. So for those who are consuming this report going forward, that would be a place to sort of check our math and to look for those as areas of weakness and just sort of make sure that to your satisfaction, this report addresses those constituencies. I guess that's basically it. Maybe the last I'll say is a group would identify themselves as feeling like the police department has sort of served their needs. Again, our commission really tried hard to privilege the voices of those who are not being well served, those who feel marginalized, and we did I think a pretty good job of that. But I think we did a less good job of amplifying other voices and maybe making a sense of what percentage of the community does that represent. So it's hard to know, even though it's clear what we heard in terms of public testimony was overwhelmingly strongly critical of the police, and I think that's reflected in our report, and I think it's a fair way to say it. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Foster. And from my perspective, Dan and I met, I can't remember, Councillor Quinlan, if you were with us or not, when we met with these individuals who do this kind of work of sort of what Nnamdi was talking about, that they are professionals in working with police departments to get data. And we're not. We asked questions, but we weren't sure if they were the right questions, and we got data. And there's always a story behind data, but if we could have done a needs assessment of what percentage of an officer's time is spent doing this and what percentage of different type of responses that we have, that would have been so valuable for us to start from, to see an independent third party look at the NPD, and so that we can see where the gaps were and where some of the opportunities were. I think one of the most gratifying things we did, Dan and I, after our first COVID shots, we went up and spent a couple hours with dispatch, and that was just amazing to watch that and to see how calls are coming in and calls are handled, and calls that, from our limited perspective could be, wow, someone else could answer that call, not a uniform armed individual. And so just having those bits of data, and you'll see that data from dispatch in our report, I think would have given us sort of a leg up about what we were looking at from a third party.
And then, sorry, I'm just looking at the order in which hands were raised. So Javier and then Josie.
Alex was before. I don't know if he's raising his hand as a council member or as a committee. So,
for this question, I'm not raising my hand.
Okay. It's complicated when we're talking about the voices that were heard or not. It's really complicated. It gets really complex, and the reason why is that we are not New York, we are not Louisiana, we are not New Orleans, we are not all these big cities where you're going to be able to gather all these testimonies that you're going to be able to take out identifiable factors, and you are going to be able to use it without the person feel threatened for their own safety, right? Anybody coming forward from the people who were testifying about their experiences with the Northampton Police Department, deserve a lot of respect. Because the reality is that even people, when they try to do it in an anonymous way, it's really easy because of the numbers that we have as a city to be able for anybody in the force or any service provider to be able to identify that person, even though that testimony is not coming with a name or an address, right? So that made things really complicated. And I think that it's a false equivalency to say that, we didn't pay more attention to people supporting the police department. People came forward. People used the online form and the hard copy form that the outreach subcommittee created. And some of those testimonies was in support of the police. So everybody used that. But what we have to center the conversation here is for those communities who are actually affected by over-policing or by policing, right? And I don't think we're doing it right now. We try really hard to get those testimonies from everybody, to create the venues to be able to do it. Luckily, we count with the help of Sean Donovan from the Wildflower Alliance, which is a peer-led program that exists in Northampton. And we were able to collect a big amount of testimonies. But that was the only way, because we needed to be able to work with those members in the community that have the trust of those being most affected by policing. And in relationship to the model, I know nobody asked this, but I just would like to clarify. When the commission is talking about correspondent or respondent and peer-led, I want to be really clear that those two models do not involve police. And I want to be really clear, because there were some, I read a Mass Live article that generated some misconceptions. The alternatives that we're talking about in the creation of the department and those answers to all the situations that Cynthia and Dan have stated, it's no police involvement. So when we're talking about correspondent, we're talking about a peer train plus somebody else that is not a cop. So I just want to be really clear with that, because I know in some point probably we're going to talk about that, but just in case, because I was a little worried about a report and some statements that I saw in Mass Live.
I guess I'll go. So there's a couple of things. One, to kind of show the diversity of thought that exists here on this police commission, I'd like to start off by saying I respectfully disagree with Nambi in terms of just how much input from the police that we could have solicited. And part of the reason I feel this way is because the police are members of this community, just as any of the other people who attended any of our open comments or public hearings, right? They had as many opportunities as anyone else to speak from their perspectives, to bring their perspectives to the table, and time after time chose not to, right? So there's a willingness there of not participating with our commission in an open forum kind of level. So I just want to make that very clear. In terms of shortcomings, there's a couple recommendations that I feel like really need to be spelled out, and one of those is kind of reflective for both the city council and the mayor, in that when ordinances or any sort of legislative proposal comes up, I think there needs to be a really deep consideration on how those might infect marginalized members in our community, in that, like so many people have already said, policing over the course of 30, 40, 50 years have continued to kind of pull resources and responsibilities that are outside of what they were originally tasked to do. And when you create ordinances that must be enforced, we need to think about what arm of our society we're going to be using to enforce those things. And I'd really push the city council and the mayor to push for those co-led peer responder models more often than not, instead of policing. And I also believe that there should be some form of like public educational push to help ease the sort of instances where we think, oh, maybe I should call the police, and instead call for a peer responder. There's some other things I wanted to say, but I got lost in some of the comments, and maybe I'll raise my hand in a little bit, but that's a couple of things I wanted to say.
And then I see Elizabeth, your hand is raised too.
Yeah, thank you for that question around what we might have done differently or things we would have paid a little bit more attention to. One of the things I just wanted to point out is that even in this conversation, as we talk about data, it's important to remember that data is limited by bias, by the bias of the people who are reading it, who are interpreting it. I mean, even in this conversation, we've been and in the report as well, we've talked about armed response versus not armed response. But we have to remember the whole reason that the catalyst for this commission, George Floyd, Eric Gardner, Elijah McClain, they were not shot. They were not shot to death. They were murdered in another fashion. So here's the data that we know that it doesn't just take an armed response to have a the reason why we're here and having unarmed people be killed by police. So in thinking about what more can we get, I just want to caution this idea around we do need a data informed. We did go through quite a bit of documents, but there's a limitation to all that, and all the data in the world is not going to produce a perfect response of what this community does. What this community does is going to be predicated upon our values and what kind of community we'd like to have for all of our citizens. So even again, just wanted to point out the limitation of data. Again, it's important, but it still is limited by the bias of the people who are interpreting it and putting it together. The second piece is acknowledging that we did lose all of the women of color on this commission except for myself, and ended up with a deep imbalance of gender on the commission. And that was the recommendations of this commission are limited by that. The impact of women of color and of gender in this conversation was significant. And going forward, thinking not only about how commissions or how information can be pulled in to the next steps in the implementation of this, and that includes all voices, marginalized voices, but also thinking about what it takes. I know people mentioned the time that it takes to be on this commission, but I just would be remiss to not acknowledge it's more than this time that was lost when it comes to people who have been impacted by police violence. I mean, some of the listening with an open mind and open heart to the testimonies, was deeply traumatic for people who've experienced trauma at the hands of the police, especially women of color and the other folks of color on this commission. So I just want to acknowledge that as well, in terms of a limitation of how to get information that you need to pull recommendations implementation forward, thinking about the support or other types of things you can do to bring those voices to a commission like this, going through 70 plus, meetings and all of this, and day in and day out wrestling with things that are not theoretical. These aren't things that we learned in sociology class. These are things that we lived, and are continuing to live. So it's just something to think about moving forward in terms of next steps. Thank you.
If I could speak again, I definitely want to echo what Elizabeth said, especially when it comes to the kind of importance that data has, but also the insufficiencies that come along with it. And I think when we're talking about the testimonials and the things that we heard in terms of individuals interactions with policing, I think it's also very important that we think about exactly who the police aren't servicing, right? There are portions of our population that obviously do utilize the police and feel comfortable doing so, but there is a lot of kind of structural timidness and anxiety that comes along with calling a police officer, right? Which means that there are people who are not getting services that they could otherwise use or need. I also kind of want to kind of add some nuance to this idea that yes, we are not these other cities. There hasn't been a George Floyd style event here in Northampton yet, but that doesn't mean that there aren't parts of our population that feel harassed in a constant state of dread when walking our city streets because of their fear of being perceived a certain way, especially by police officers. I mean, many of our houseless individuals come to this area because it is kinder to them than other areas, but it doesn't mean that they necessarily don't experience some form of instability or kind of anxiety that comes along with just existing within this current state. I think that's something that's really important to kind of center in our conversation, is the kind of structural violence that exists because of the relationship that people have with the police and the history that goes along with that.
Okay, I don't think I see any other commissioners for that question. Stop me if I'm wrong. Okay, so next is Councilor Labarge, then we'll go to Councilor Jarrett, then Councilor Maori.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank all the commissioners for all the many months that you spent. This was not easy. And it wasn't easy for us councilors either at City Council with all the open public sessions that we had. We had our council president and all of us councilors. We're talking about 2 consecutive open public hearings with over 340 something people speaking in regards of changes to occur in our city of Northampton and our police department. I want to thank you for this whole report. It's unbelievable. And I spent almost a week going over it. I'm telling you, I agree about having a new department. I said it at City Council, doing research with Cahoots, which I think is a fantastic organization. Also, too, I was talking with another counselor in regards, I had a friend that was over my house this week and told me about State Rep Lindsay Sabadosa with the House Bill 3807. And I'm not too sure about it, if it's something that maybe our mayor and councilors can look at for funding, but it's very interesting. It's an act to create alternatives for community emergency services. And Nick, you probably would know more about this. It's ACES. And it's amazing what Lindsay is saying here, what this actually does. And it says the Executive Office of Health and Human Services shall establish and provide an administrative oversight to the Alternatives for Community Emergency Service Grant, and they call it ACES, to increase the availability of non-law enforcement, unarmed community-based response options for calls to 911. And this is what we've been hearing as city councilors, and we're hearing again on this report of having us 2 different departments, different types of calls going in, which I agree with that 100%. Working in the field of Department of Mental Health for many years myself, it's time for a change. It does not happen overnight, but I really feel we can do it. And we need to work together. I think we need to possibly put in an advisory committee, start that right off with professional and even people who have had difficulties themselves. And we've heard many people who have had bad treatments. Okay. And I don't want to go any further with that, but I want to thank you all. And I think that the change will happen. But Nick, maybe if you could check that out about this House bill that Lindsay Sabadosa has put in place, and how many representatives and how many other districts are involved in it. There's a possibility that our mayor and the executive team here could look at this, and we probably could start a new department. And also, I would like to know if the commission itself had dealt with contact with Cahoots. I'd be very interested in probably either Cynthia or Nick or Dan talk about that, because they're excellent. They're very reputable. And it's exactly what you're talking about in this report of them handling the other calls that are absolutely necessary on our streets, okay, without police being there, having social workers being involved, and also a rescue support team. So I want to thank everybody. I mean, it was not an easy task. So Dan, maybe you could answer my question, or somebody, about Cahoots.
Yeah, Nick and Javier have their hands up to do that, so I will defer to them to start.
Yeah, so me and Booker Butch co-chair the Alternatives to Policing, and that subcommittee was also Alex was there and Carol was there, and Carol, in an incredible move, was able to get Team Black from Cahoots to come to talk to us. And I would ask Booker if he could talk a little bit about that. But I just want to address Councilwoman Lavarge, what you mentioned about the bill that Rep. Sabadosa has presented. It's an incredible bill. It's really, really good. It's a necessary bill. But based on previous experiences, and people here may know, it's extremely rare for the Massachusetts legislature to pass something in the first year, right? They are around 6,500 bills being introduced this legislative session that is starting. So we need to be optimistic, but we need to be also realistic about if that bill passes, it's going to take a while, and if it passes, it's also going to take a while for implementation. So I would just be cautious about. Excited but cautious about counting specifically with what that bill would create and the access to money that bill would create. And I want to pass it to Booker to talk a little bit about Cahoots.
Thank you.
If it's okay, I know Nick has got his hand up, and because of his relationship with ServiceNet, he knows a lot about this. It's probably still available on a video call of the words we heard from the leadership of Cahoots. For those of you who are all listening, Cahoots has been working for 30 years. This is not something, it's not like all of the rest of the alternatives to policing stuff, which has only been in the last 2 to 5 years. And so it's really hard to find data. Cahoots has got great data. And the rest of the country is trying to be like them. And if you got to watch the video recording of our meeting with him, all of us should fund me to bring him out here and get him away from Portland and bring him to Northampton and ask him to run things here. It's really wonderful. So this is, using David Hoose's words, low-hanging fruit for a way of reducing the footprint of the Northampton police. If one of my children needed a mental health call, I would rather have people trained in social work coming to see my son or daughter rather than unarmed police officer coming to do that call, which is the way things are now. And I think that's really the essence of our report, is trying to set up the circumstances where that's the case. I'm going to stop now and so Nick can speak.
Thank you.
So Marion, I'm not particularly familiar with this bill. I think that what Javier said is about what I've heard, and it's very exciting. But what I want to say a couple of things. We heard from Tim Black from Cahoots. We also heard from Rachel Bromberg, I believe her name is, and Outreach Toronto. None of these names are exactly correct, but it's a project in the city of Toronto. And the Toronto, both of these projects are hubs for projects happening across the entire country. And there are dozens and dozens of cities that are embarking on this process, every city in their own way. I really think we're doing it a little bit more methodically than some places. And Cahoots became what it is because it took 30 years for them to kind of evolve to what they are now. And they have developed a degree of expertise, so they are a great model. But the Toronto group is bringing cities, they're having regular meetings with cities from all over the country. And so you get to see all the different kinds of things that people are doing.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line, and my message to City Council is, I think this is the time and the wind is at our back right now. I think that there is energy and hopefully some funding to support projects that we embark on. And I feel like we're going about it in the right way to position ourselves to take advantage of what comes. We have to be ready for whatever comes along. And I think we're trying to position ourselves to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you. I'm actually responding as a commissioner to a previous question, to Councillor Dwight's question around the role of the legislative branch in carrying out the recommendations. So I think an area of exploration for the council is looking at what our role is in setting policy. So two examples are the Complete Streets policy from 2015 and the pesticide ordinance in relation to where children play, which was from 2019. The Complete Streets ordinance was sponsored by the executive branch and the pesticide ordinance by the council, but both set policy that the executive branch carries out. So I'm interested to explore that in terms of any possible recommendations here. And then a little about Cahoots. So Cahoots' relationship with dispatch and their police department has been built over many years, and there's a great deal of trust about when they are called and when Cahoots decides to call the police in some cases. And there's an exemplary safety record as well. So I think that trust, if we establish a similar department here and response team, that trust would be built over time, and that there could be more calls that could go through a Cahoots-like setup as that trust is built among the different emergency response departments.
Okay. And okay, Councillor Maori, I know you had your hand up before.
I don't have the raise hand feature, so all I can do is clap.
I just thought you were being really enthusiastic.
I am very enthusiastic, and I am very excited for Northampton to be a leader in this area of reimagining our public safety. I know everyone's doing a lot of thinking but I am just so impressed with this report. I mean, it's so well written, thorough, and thoughtful in ways I didn't even dream of or really didn't expect. And I watched a few meetings and I attended some, and I was always just frankly blown away by your ability to dive into very complex issues and find some common ground and not get stuck. I can't tell you how grateful I feel. Like this is like a gift to our community, and I thank each one of you. I'm sure history will prove this to be an invaluable and very formative document. So thanks. And I'm so glad we're getting this conversation started earlier in the budget process. I feel really centered and good about that. So some highlights for me were the recommendations for that data-driven police staffing. That was interesting to me. The Department of Community Care, establishing one, the needs assessment, the focus on housing first as a philosophy and as a guide for our policy, peer-led models. I found the page 47 pie chart really illuminating, just to see how what policing looks like overall and what kind of violent and nonviolent and criminal and non-criminal calls and such. So thank you for that. I also really was I really appreciate the statements that you all made, the commissioner statement that kind of brought a kind of human, a face to the report and some feeling to it. And so I appreciate that. And I know we're going to appreciate the recommendation for future commissions. And I agree that that I wish that we had not only had a gender composition qualification at the get-go, which frankly I did not think of, but that we had proactively explored ways to support demographics like mothers with young children, so we could secure their valuable perspective on the commission. I'm so glad Elizabeth to hear Elizabeth's words and Josie. So, because I was going to say, some of us initially had brought up the idea of stipend for commissioners, and I had wished that we had pursued that more aggressively. But now, I hear that that's not really the only issue. So, just food for thought, thinking it forward. I also do wish that we had specifically identified gender as a context in which to explore policing and public safety in our community, and the broader stroke of identifying all the unique ways gender may be at work, some which I know and some which I might not know. One example is the complexity of the disproportionately higher rates, 2 to 4 times higher, of intimate violence perpetration among police officers themselves. Which brings me to my concern, which I've talked to some about, and I know the limitations around the concern about the section on domestic violence and conflict. I know you identified in the report, and I've talked to you, and you share my frustrations with the kind of practical limitations of addressing that, of looking at and exploring alternatives. So I know it's not due to any lack of thought or trying on the part of the commission. It's part of a larger regulation constraint and the complex nature of domestic violence and the constraints survivors and advocacy groups face in terms of even participating in the conversation. I managed survivor services for years, so I would say there's just issues that I think we really are going to need to look at. Like there's a complicated relationship between the Department of Children and Family Services and the way they collaborate with the police in ways that can actually have harmful outcomes for abuse survivors and their children, often families of color, and can act as a deterrent for those seeking help. And also, a paltry lack of services for abusers is noteworthy, as many remain in households for years. So I was glad to see the further explanation for some of this in the appendix. Still, I feel like the recommendation for further study could be a bit stronger. I think it's actually kind of an imperative that we make this a priority in terms of doing a deeper dive as we start this process, not waiting a few years to do so. Because I think, I think we can do better than saying sometimes survivors and families feel supported by the police around domestic violence, and sometimes it furthers their trauma and their harm. I think we can do better. And we see there's significant amount of calls in the call log. And I just think, I hope that we make this a priority, because just because it's complex doesn't mean it doesn't need to be addressed, and it's not a big part of our community and our community members. So I have some minor questions, but I'm gonna just let other folks talk, and then I can raise my hand again. Thank you so much.
So Booker, I saw your hand go up.
So thank you, Rachel, and I'm glad you've paid attention. And I also feel terrible about saying that the response to domestic violence was a setback priority. It's not, it is a high priority. The problem is we didn't know what to recommend. And part of the reason, and I'm going to say this out loud because it's really important, it's buried deep in our appendices, but part of the reason we didn't know what to recommend is we ran into barriers with talking to people who do deliver the services, partially because they're partially funded by the police. And they felt uncomfortable about talking with us. And that's a real barrier to how to talk about this. And I'm going to call on Javier to talk more about this. There are large population, there are populations who are not accessing domestic violence services because they don't feel safe about accessing the domestic violence services. So we both have a problem with care providers who are constrained by their funding, and we have people who cannot access services, and I'm going to put this out there, because they might as well be Black. They are not viewed as important. They are not viewed as should be getting the services. They are viewed in a lot of ways. I'm trying not to use a certain word that I'm not supposed to use on this kind of text, but they have been changed by the society so they are as if they are Black. And so they're not able to access those services. So the domestic violence is, I'm talking to patients all the time. I'm a doctor, and I'm talking to patients all the time who are in domestic violence situations, and I'm referring them to agencies, but there are all these issues with what happens and concerns about, will the police be called? Will they not be called? Should they be involved? But I'm also aware that one of the most dangerous circumstances that you can walk in on is an active domestic violence situation. So I just want that, I'm pulling what's buried in our appendix and trying to bring it up to the surface. And Javier, do you have more to say about that?
Yeah, we try really hard to be able to bring organizations that are working on this, but it's complicated, right? Because many of their funding comes with a string attached to the DA office or to the police department, and that makes things really complicated. In my field of expertise, as you may know, I work for the ACLU and immigration. I can speak about undocumented women, and many times what the pattern that we're seeing is that undocumented women who are being victims of domestic violence or sexual assault are not coming forward because there is police involvement. And we talk a lot about that, and the reality is that all what Booker has said, it's probably what made us to put sort of in the back burner what is in relation to domestic violence and sexual assault. But the reality is that I fully agree with Councilwoman Mayuri about the fact that this has to be a priority, and if this is going to be for a receipt for their evaluation needs to happen sooner than later.
So I'm just gonna jump into one of the things that we sort of talked about, sort of hearing from people. So we reached out to a lot of different organizations that handle domestic abuse and sexual assault, and work with the survivors of those things. But one of the things that came up, in addition to the organizations themselves, the people saying, oh, I need to check with my director, or I need to get permission to speak with you, and then not getting that, all of those things sort of happen. But one of the other parts that was really important is that there's a lot of power at play when you're talking about interviewing or talking to people or hearing people's stories when they're the victims of those types of abuses. And so some of the organizations were like, we want to hear from from the people coming to you. And they were sort of hesitant to say, oh, well, like, here's our list of people. And, because there's so much power there. And also even presenting us as an option to people who had recently been victimized, there's a lot of sort of ethical issues and sort of getting access to those people as well. And so we're missing some voices for a whole number of reasons. And I think it's really important to note that. But I think it's also important to note that we don't necessarily need to say we can't do anything because of that. It just means that it looking to peer-reviewed research that's already been done in this field. It means looking to other cities, municipalities, or even other states that have done this successfully, and how they've incorporated other options for victims to increase their options, increase their willingness to come forward, and the avenues and paths forward that they have, so that you're empowering victims, so that you're not just saying you have one option, which is the police, but you have multiple options. Even if you're calling you're calling, it's just happened, it's happening, that there are other options available to support people too. And then with that, I'm looking at Namdi, and then Elizabeth also have their hands up. So Namdi.
Thank you. So I guess what I'd like to add to this, a couple of things. One is I agree with much of what's been said, but I think I can add it strikes me this domestic violence topic is an interesting illustration of where the perspective of police might converge with the perspective of those who would like the police removed from these kinds of situations. So something that hasn't come forward yet, and I'll just briefly mention my background. I'm a psychology professor. I'm also a clinical psychologist, licensed therapist. I've worked and specializing in psychological trauma. I've worked in part in my career, accidentally ended up doing work with police. And I say accidentally because it was not a group I intended to work with. I went into that work with a strong bias against police because of my lived experience as a Black man. And then as a result of working with these officers, going through the kinds of traumatic events they experience, I worked with retired cops in Detroit and New York and in the Bay Area and San Francisco. And one of the emerging themes is that domestic violence situations are kind of a nightmare for police officers. They really find these situations to be, they go into these situations, I shouldn't, not every cop thinks this way, but they're trained to think of these as fraught situations for them, dangerous for them, situations that can turn on them easily. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is that this is I think a kind of area that cops would probably like to get out of. If we can think of alternatives that don't involve them, I think that would be good news for them. We found something similar in our discussion with the chief about mental health calls. Again, that's an area that has been sort of thrust on police because of things said earlier in our meeting that I think police would welcome, having that work being done by someone else. So I think it's just an example of where I think we can work together with the NPD to kind of think of creative solutions. So I guess that's the one thing I want to add to this, though, is what makes this complicated for me when I wear my sort of therapist hat and trauma specialist hat is I do worry about the situation of the domestic violence situation, where there's a person who feels that they're really under threat by their spouse or partner and really feels like they need an armed response to protect them, And so I think we have to kind of keep these different prototypes in mind. There are times when the officer shows up and makes it much worse. And even if the person thinks they want someone to help them who's harmed, they may discover later that's not what they want once they see how it all goes down. It's very, very complicated, but I want, whatever we have going forward, I think we need to have a situation where in some situations, force may be needed for the protection of the person who's being violated. But I think what we as a commission came up to, our subcommittee, and many of us talked about the importance ultimately of choice, being trying to figure out, and I think this is important clinically, that the person who's in the position of being threatened with violence, the person making the call, should always sort of have choice about who they want to help them. And I think if we can give people more options and more choice, that would be a good step forward. And I think you might find, again, cooperation from the police department about how they can gracefully exit from some of these situations that they think of as being quite dangerous for themselves. I think that's it.
And Elizabeth?
Thank you. And thank you for that comment around still prioritizing domestic violence and violence against intimate partner violence. By no means did the fact that we weren't able to reach a conclusion, does that mean that it means to, have another 2 years of study, or that it's somehow less important. I think we got to a point where, that definitely underscoring that complexity does not mean it's a pass, does not mean that, that we're asking the council or the leadership of this community just to take a pass on this. In fact, in many ways, the way I looked at it was, more data is not necessarily going to illuminate this problem. It's because we have the data, it's there. But what it really needs is leadership. That's what this problem requires. It requires leadership of the city and the elected officials to make a choice about how they're going to proceed to give survivors choice and broader, more control over their situation. And so I think the data is there. I absolutely do not think that it requires, and I think we reached a place of agreement on it, does not require additional years of study, and it doesn't require, it's not as important or should be sidelined. It actually is absolutely one of the most important things in the city to consider in terms of crime, because it is one of the most pervasive crimes actually in the city that you're most likely, especially women, are most likely to experience. And so again, what it requires, we think, is really leadership. It requires bold, visionary leadership from the city to move forward on it. And so we're urging you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Councilor Dwight wants to respond to this question. I've seen a couple hands go up, people who are not from the policing commission or part of the council. I just want to explain that this is a joint meeting with the mayor and the city council to get this presentation from the commission. And so there's not a public participation part in this. Councilor Dwight? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys identified one of the constraints, of course, that you experienced was the open meeting law limitations. And of course, particularly on this issue, it would discourage testimony, I would imagine. You are exposing yourself I mean, it's hard enough for people just to come forward to share their stories, particularly, but in the circumstance of someone who has experienced violence at the hand of an intimate partner, this is way too daunting. So it's incumbent upon us as we move forward, when we create these further explorations, is to provide an opportunity for their participation separate from an open meeting context, which can be done. So I actually appreciate the struggles that you guys had with this, and also understand the difficulties that were presented given the parameters that you had to stay within. We experience that on a regular basis, but I absolutely agree that the emphasis and focus is not diminished, and nor should our commitment be less, because you guys weren't able to more fully examine and express recommendations on this. The other thing that I wanted to say was actually something that informs everything that we've been discussing, of course, is the ugly concept of funding. The thing of, for instance, Cahoots is not a municipal agency in Eugene. It is a, as I understand it, a separate nonprofit that is not, while relying on municipal funds, does not take orders from the municipality, the municipality doesn't have the authority over them. As we talk about that, or some version of a Cahoots response system, or any of these other systems, in this case, your recommendation, as I understand, is to create a department that actually has accountability to the city. The city does the hiring. I mean, you've defined the process by which they should be vetted, but the fact is ultimately they have to conform with all Massachusetts laws relative to people who work for municipal governments, and do what you guys have to do is learn about conflict of interest and all that la-di-da. And so am I reading this right? Because I do think actually a lot of the programs that you recommend are brilliant, but a lot of them, as far as I can tell, are autonomous. And we're talking about actually somewhat limiting autonomy by incorporating municipal governance.
If I could just quickly piggyback on that question and just sort of add a little bit more to it, because it's one of the questions I had was, I'm curious, what's the model that you found for this idea that that these services should be housed in a city department here, as Councilor Dwight was just saying, Cahoots or Reach Out Response are not city departments, and they have contracts with the city for their services, but they are not housed in the city. And so I'd love to understand a little bit more if there's a model that you are basing the Department of Community Care on. And is there a clear advantage that you see in having it be a city department over what these other programs are doing successfully? And additionally, if you discussed that at all with Tim Black and Rachel Bromberg, if they had any thoughts on that.
So Javier, I saw your hand go up first, but I'm happy to take this if you wanted to respond to something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna answer something that, just add information to what Councilor Dwight mentioned about having a hard time for people coming forward. And so one thing that we haven't mentioned about that is that a lot of people who are receiving the services of the already existing service providers within the region and the community, also in different levels, also experience a high level of anxiety, and also a high number of those cases, they opted not to testify for fearing to lose the service that they were receiving. So it's not only in relation to the municipality, but also to all the other services that we're talking about. I mean, the Shoestring came out with an article of ServiceNet, and we saw also articles about other service providers. So I think that's important to have in mind. And I think also that ties a little bit with the question that City Council President Shara was asking.
Yeah, so I think a couple of the things. So as we were talking to all different individuals, so people who run programs, people who run programs that work with the city itself, the common theme came that there's, and I think Pamela Schwartz is a great example I can remember. I just rewatched talking with her. She's like, the city needs a person, a staff member who's funded to do these things and to be a connection point between all of the services. Because even though the services do communicate, right, it's not as though Tapestry is completely unaware of Hampshire Hope or HRH 413. It's not that they don't know each other, but it's coordinating someone's access to those services, especially because services can be really difficult to navigate. And even more so when you're already in a crisis and you're already experiencing problems. And, I don't want to say impossible because people do it, but it's very difficult. And it's even difficult to stay on top of who does what, who's doing what, where. So that's one part of this, is that the city needs a nexus and somewhere to house that nexus point. The other part about this is that peer responders, especially the ones, there are peer responders in Northampton right now, but they're not funded. It's a lot of volunteer work, or they're not funded. Sorry, they are funded, but it's by grants. And so that puts some instability there. If they're not part of the city infrastructure, if they don't know year after year that they're going to have funds available to continue doing what they're doing, it creates a problem. There's a potential gap every grant cycle in that. And that's something that you don't want, especially when you're talking about, you're talking about safety, right? We're talking about another service that provides safety. We also want to make sure that this is equivalent to the police department, the fire department, the EMS response in terms of like their status as an agency. It's not that they exist outside, it's that there's a commitment, a budgetary commitment, but also the sort of oversight commitment of this being part of the city. In terms of models where this works, there's not a lot, partly because there is the reliance on nonprofits already. But, to the point of, there's Cahoots, there's Reach Out, there's a ton of other different programs that do these things, but they're not necessarily all, they don't always survive in terms of what they're doing. And so that's a big concern, right? Because we don't want to start something that then dies out in a couple of years because they couldn't get grant funding. Or if we wait for grant funding and we have an NPO that starts this and they take money from the state, from the new, potentially new grant funding sources that the state might have, when it falls, that's another problem. So thinking really carefully about what kind of statement it makes to say this is part of the city, and what that gives it in terms of access to the city infrastructure that already exists. So integration with things like dispatch and things like that. And then the third part of this, and then I'll go to Nick, but there are a lot of different ways that police departments have operated, basically, or cities have done pilot programs like this. So looking at a lot of those, they all found the same thing, which is that when you have city infrastructure and you have people responding, either, like with Dallas Care, where it was like Dallas's Right Care, I think, where they had a clinician going, but they found that it was really important to have those responders. But it's that if that was a pilot that they had, it reduced arrests and hospitalizations by 31% just by having a small group of clinicians responding. They're just that introduction, but it was also through the police department. And when that pilot ended, they didn't continue it. And so, it really is about saying that there's a commitment to making these things happen. And Nick, I'll go to you.
I'll try to be brief. This was a yellow light issue for me, personally. I'm not in total agreement. The majority of the commission did feel that having this housed within the city made the most sense. My administrative experience and experience running programs suggests for me that other alternatives could be considered. I do appreciate and I understand that some of the existing agencies in the city have histories and structural issues that may not make them ideal for this kind of department. I don't have any problem with that. I think there could be an entity that could be brought in that has the right expertise, that emphasizes peer staffing, that knows how to do this stuff. All I'm saying is there wasn't unanimity on this issue. That's all. Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that line of questioning a little bit more? Because I also am sort of curious about this, because I've heard a lot already tonight about Cahoots, and I've looked into it, and obviously they do have a proven track record. I think even in your in your report, you recommend that we even potentially hire them to consult on whatever, that they offer consulting services. But I mean, Eugene is not relying on grant funding to fund Cahoots. They are funding Cahoots out of their municipal budget. So it's a municipal line item, actually in the police budgets of Eugene and their neighboring community that I think both contract with them, but it's a line item in the city budget. It's a priority. It's been increased slowly over time from what I can tell. And it's essentially a contract with Cahoots program and the parent agency. And so I guess I'm just curious about, thinking about what, Councilor Dwight has mentioned, the complexities of municipal government. And I immediately think of the complexities of trying to create a department and we don't currently have the infrastructure or the bandwidth to run an agency like this within city government. And so the idea that we would need to create that, I'm just curious why, if there could be a program created by professionals and by people who have peer training and have co-responder training and can put this together. I guess I'm curious why that would be. I mean, I guess if I said tomorrow that, I called Cahoots and I've worked out a deal where they're going to pack up and move to Northampton. They're, the nonprofits decided they're tired of the rainy weather and they want to come out to the Pioneer Valley and they want to be out here, and they were moving here tomorrow. Would you say that we shouldn't use the same model and that it must be its standalone department? I'm just trying to understand that, because again, we wouldn't be relying on grant funding. We'd be relying on municipal funding to fund it.
So before we get I know Carol's been trying to raise her hand to speak to this, so we'll go there, and then Javier and Elizabeth.
Yes, I'm sorry. For some reason, my software, it doesn't have the function. It just has the clapping function. So, I think it was a point well taken, I think, by Javier about Lindsay Sabadosa's, our rep's sponsorship of this bill, which has not made it through both houses, to say nothing of going to the governor's desk, that would create money it's an act to create alternatives to community emergency services, and it stipulates that it's not police. But one of the things that might be considered here, instead of the creation of the new city Department of Community Care, is what appears in this bill, which is, it says the applicants for the grant. And I don't know what the pot of money is for the grants, and I don't know how many grantees there will be across the Commonwealth if it goes through. So it's a very iffy thing, but I think the idea that the applicants could be a unit of government, it could be a covered community-based agency, it could be a partnership with, and this could include indigenous groups too. It could be a nonprofit, it could be a public institution of higher learning. So, I mean, that gives me or it could be a community health center or a behavioral health organization that's local in that community. I think one of the things that happened in our process is that there was so much concern about the limitations of existing contracted agencies, behavioral health agencies, et cetera, that the idea of a partnership between the city and some other nonprofits or service organizations, much less, a public institution, sort of went out the window. And I think our concern was that we wanted to put forward a recommendation, and how we ended up with the department within the city is we wanted a recommendation for a platform that could be built upon and expanded as more knowledge was gained about the needs of the community, and that we didn't want it to go away after one fiscal year. So I think in some ways that's my view of how we ended up with the Department of Community Care within the city. But I think just based on reading some of the language in Representative Sabados's proposed bill, that there are some ideas about partnerships that we could consider. And, you know, on the other hand, there's also been some discussion about creating this a division, if not a whole department, that would exist under the existing Department of Health of the city. Because part of what we realized in our process is that we're not just talking public safety here, we're talking public health issues.
All right. Thank you. Javier, and then Elizabeth, and then Booker and Alex. I see you added your hands up too.
Thanks. In the relationship, I mean, one of the things that Tim Black stated when he came to talk to the alternative subcommittee was that Cahoots is not by any means a cookie cutter style of program. And we need to be really aware of that, right? It's not the kind of program that you can just take and drop in a community. Has a lot of the shaping that Cahoots has is really context-based to Eugene, Oregon, right? So we need to be conscious of that at the same time. And but at the same time, I mean, it's in Cynthia and Dan said this at the beginning. The recommendations are really baseline. When we're talking about the creation of the department, we have examples like the Department of Community Response in Sacramento, California. We have the Community Safety Department in Albuquerque, New Mexico. When we're talking about the creation of the creation of an office, we have the Crisis Intervention Service Office in Rochester, New York, or we have the Office of Community Resilience in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So we are so far from reinventing the wheel with this report that I just want to recenter to that. And in relationship to having the department be independent of the municipality, I think it's the way to do it, because we're talking about all this came after testimonies of residents, of experience of people being over policed. And and this is a personal opinion, that relates really close to how the city reacts to those comments and to those experiences, right? So the creation of the new department, we thought is essential because the city cares about that, because the city budget should look into that kind of possibility and should reflect also where our values as a community are, right? Also because we want the department to last. And being under the purview of the grant cycle makes it uncertain. And we consider that this situation, the issues that we were looking into, are important and raise importance to a level that we need to make sure that this is systemic, because the problem is systemic. By then, the solution is systemic.
So Elizabeth, and then Booker and Alex.
Thank you. It's definitely not that there's only that it's not possible to reach certain outcomes and, you know, with a different type of formation. But I think it's about, again, signaling from this body what's important. And when you talk about a department that's situated within the city, number one, there's accountability. You know, there's an accountability structure built in that is not the same as a contracted provider that sits outside the city. You know, echoing, you know, what other people said, Javier said that budget equals your value. So it's not just about a contract that goes to an outside entity. It's about centering a Department of Community Care within the city of Northampton. Says a lot about who we are as the city of Northampton. The other piece is you know, the contracting process. You know, when the city contracts with, let's say, a provider that's creating this community care, you know, that's a one-way process. You know, that's also putting quite a bit of power on the city to, you know, in their contracting with an outside provider. And we've already discussed the limitations of how the way the money flows can stifle and silence voices and silence accountability. And so with a department that sits within the city of Northampton, there's a feedback loop that's automatically there. It's not just that they're off providing services. It's about there's a department head who's having department meetings with the mayor and with other folks who is sitting as an equal, as a peer amongst other city department heads, who's also informing how things how things are running and also can offer suggestions. They're sitting in a place that's very different than here's a contract, go do this thing that we're contracting you to do. And then, there's not necessarily that feedback loop already built in. So I think that's also an important thing to think about. It's not that it's hard. It's definitely hard. But I think, again, the effort is worth it because of the way you're rebuilding the system. You're rebuilding a new structure that actually can start to disrupt some of the things that some of the outcomes that we all are agreeing are unacceptable. The last part is, just to remember that, public and private partnerships it's not mutually exclusive. It doesn't only have to be in the city, doesn't only have to be, a separate contracted nonprofit. And in fact, this type of effort sitting within the city probably has more likelihood of being funded by a, outside foundation than, a new kind of startup on the outside, sitting completely outside. This type of deep investment from the city and this type of restructuring is going to catch a lot of attention, and it could catch the kind of attention that would bring the kind of resources that are necessary. So, again, it's not mutually exclusive. It's just the beginning, it's just the floor, not the ceiling in terms of how these partnerships can be built out. But again, just how important it is. It's not, it's how important it is that the recommendation is to have a department within the city for a community of care. Thank you.
Booker and then Alex.
So I'm glad I'm not the mayor, and I'm not thinking of running for mayor because these are really good questions. So it's really cheaper if you let the police handle all of this. And the problem is the police will continue to manage all the problems that happen because of mental health problems, homelessness, poverty, substance abuse, and everything else, because it's always been the cheapest way to deal with these things. And we're looking for a different way of dealing with a lot of problems. I'm going to echo what was said, what we heard from Pam Schwartz and others, that we need a centralized place where people would find it more simple to gain access to services. I guess I could say, should there be a city office to assist people with getting COVID-19 vaccine? It's a bit of the same issue. People, if I use Javier's words, with lots of privilege and knowledge and know-how and money and everything else, know how to get the COVID vaccine. People who don't have those things have more difficulties with doing it. So we're hoping that the city would say, we value all of our population, especially people who might have more difficulty with accessing services. And we are going to assist those people with those services. And that's why we want a Department of Community Care that assists with, in a more basic way, access to housing, access to mental health services, access to substance use services and other issues, and not letting the police continue to be the default entree to those programs. I have to say personally, as a subcommittee chair, thinking about how to make that, I kept asking Alex, how do we do that for how Northampton works? And the answers are so complex that I thought it was better to move on to saying, here are the values we want to ask for and give it to the people who would have to come up with those services. And so that's why I feel like our services are what we're asking for there. I think the other thing I just want to remind you is that we're also saying, how do you say, are you doing it right? And we want to expand, who are you asking, are you doing this right with? You're not just asking, you're asking the people who are using the services to say, are you doing this right? We heard in our committee process, not only that were there unhappiness with the police, there was also unhappiness with our current mental health services and their relationship with the police. This is very similar things happened in Brattleboro with their reports, that there was also a finding of just going to the mental health services didn't necessarily help people feel like they were getting their needs met. So this is a really complicated problem. So this is part of the reason we want to put it with the city, because we think you're in a better place to represent the values of the people who will be using the services. I'll stop there.
Alex?
Thanks to the fellow commissioners who responded. Very good points there. I just wanted to touch on specifically around pay and stability of employment. The contracts would go to the lowest bidder that could provide the service, and that doesn't create stability for the people hired, because when that contract is up, another entity could get the contract. And I would like to put it in the place of, why don't we contract out police, fire, or emergency medical services? Fire actually not too long ago became fire rescue, and that made the emergency medical services a union represented career option with what I understand to be higher wages and better working conditions than going with other emergency medical service companies. So yeah, providing that continuity and that security and that professionalism to house it within the city. And the other was around accountability, which others touched on. The contracted agency would certainly be accountable to the city, but they're accountable in the terms of the contract, and a department could be more flexibly responsible. And if we're thinking about, one of the things we talked about in the report was how can this be accountable to its users and to the community in a way that other city operations haven't been. So thinking about, would that be an advisory board that is made up of folks who are majority people with lived experience, and having that board have that relationship with the department, and having that be a consistent and permanent relationship. So those are some thoughts that I had on the subject.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think just to circle back, if the entirety of the Cahoots program, so everything that they do, including the dental clinic that they run, the counseling clinic, the medical clinic, the treatment program, the crisis intervention, the mobile crisis response, if all of those things came to Northampton and they said, hey, we're going to move, I would say, yes, that's great. Let's use them. But that's 40 years of work, 30 years of just the Cahoots program itself. But it started before that as a nonprofit. That's 4 decades of development that they had, and they developed in a particular way, and they exist now in a particular way because of how they started. Because there wasn't city infrastructure to provide them a space to do this work. And I think one of the things that maybe would be interesting to ask them, actually maybe a shame that we didn't when we had the moment, which was, if you could go back in time to when you started, what would you do differently? And the sneaking suspicion that if they said, oh, city infrastructure or being a part of the city was an option, they might have that as like that would have helped our progress. So I think it's also important to think to put everything in context, that it didn't just happen overnight to where they are now, that success didn't happen, but also the path that they took wasn't necessarily a linear and planned out from the beginning. I don't think that they anticipated the scope or the impact that they would have had when they started to this moment. So I just want to put that out there too, in terms of why a city approach might be better than what we've seen.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yeah, I wanted to just move on a little bit and just ask another sort of follow-up to this. Obviously, the new department is a key recommendation, but then you also list the needs assessment as one of your high priority recommendations. And I note that the 3 communities that you called out, Ithaca, Brattleboro, and I believe the one in Austin, those all went through a kind of a needs assessment type process. That might have been why you called them out, I'm not sure, but I'm curious how you see the timing of this happening. You've also are talking about a strategic plan for the police department, and then you've also mentioned tonight just like bringing in a data firm as well to try to give some of that baseline, or gather some of that baseline info that Cynthia mentioned would have been great to have in hindsight. And so I'm just trying to understand how you see those are all, your sort of immediate recommendations, but how do those get timed? Do you create a department and then do a needs assessment, or I'm just trying to figure that piece out?
I think, thank you for the question, Mayor. I think what we're looking at is, in the perfect world, the needs assessment, the data analysis, but we're kind of in a handoff mode right here. I think we purposely did not want to put timelines because we're recommending this to happen now. And so we're just putting out some things that other communities have done that have allowed them to leverage their recommendations. I don't think and correct me, commissioners, if I'm wrong, I don't think we want to do a step-by-step first needs, first data analytics, and then move to our recommendations. We just wanted to point out that those options are available and would have been really helpful for us, certainly at the beginning of the process. But I see commissioners' hands raised, and so Javier and Dan to add to that.
Yeah. What I would say is that in the same line to what I mentioned before and what Elizabeth said, the question is, what is going to be the most impactful measure that is going to actually improve the life of our community? And that's the creation of the department. All the studies and bureaucracy can happen later, because we already have all the testimonies and the data to be able to say this is needed. We found all this different scenarios that a police officer should not be involved, and that's really concrete. So, and the priority for the city should be the creation of the department, because that's the highest impact action that the city can take. I was going to say something else, but I do not remember, so I'm going to pass it to Dan.
Yeah.
Thanks, Javier. Dan? Yeah.
So I would say, one of the important things is that those things can happen concurrently. So we know that the city needs to sort of address houselessness, substance use, and mental health, right? Those are the easy ones. We need some way to take the police out of those responses. That's said and done. But when you're talking about what else happens, that's where that needs assessment happens, and that's where growth of that department can happen, so that they can take other responsibilities and start to work on them as well. And so, if you think about it, in terms of time, again, nothing is set in stone, right? But if you're talking about establishing a department, it's going to take, the sort of administrative changes in the city that need to happen. Then there needs to be funding made to it and made available. You need to to hire people. It's a long process to begin that, even if you're starting out relatively small. So if you're starting to just target those high call volume hours, which those we can identify pretty well. So even with a small staff that just responds during those times, and that's actually how Kahoot started. A number of the sort of nonprofits that work also do that, where they staff or they try to staff for those high call volume times. But that takes time. You can also do a needs assessment during that process. For AH Datalytics, they said the turnaround's about 2 months in terms of getting a sort of time analysis for what the police do. And that includes meeting with the city, asking what the questions are that the city's interested in. That includes getting the data, working with the vendors to pull as much as they can in, and for them to also be able to ask those follow-up questions when they start looking at that data and go, this looks weird. So none of those things happen. It's not lockstep. It's not that it happens. They can happen across the board. And with that, I saw.
And I just also wanted to say that we have sample reports, Mayor, from data analytics, the actual reports that were given to cities. So you can see the work that they do. I'm sorry, Dan, I think Javier remembered his thought.
Can I just do a quick follow-up, Javier? I guess, we are really focused, and I appreciate you calling out in the study the Community Resilience Hub. And, that is something that we're focused on that's separate from public safety in some aspects. It's really focused on how we serve our houseless populations and how we, provide better services and supplement services and I filed a bill today that will go to the council on Thursday to appropriate over $1.6 million towards that project. So we are moving forward with that. I guess I see that as separate from the mental health responder public safety model. So I'm just trying to not conflate those two, because I feel like we are working on that track, and that's somewhat separate. I mean, obviously these are all intertwined, and they're, you touch a lot about how the houseless community feels about its interactions with police. So we are working toward that, but I'm still trying to understand, because you said that you want this department to be ready to go by FY 2023, that we should be spending the next year creating this department and then have it really be ready for FY 2023, which I was somewhat grateful to hear, because I don't know that you can create a department in 45 days for July 1. That would defy all municipal and every other law of gravity. So I guess I'm whether or not the timing, I'm still trying to understand what you think the thought process is for how you still gather some of the gaps that you've even admitted in your report still needs further exploration. And again, you've pointed to 3 specific communities, including Ithaca, at a later point, that have just gone through a process like that before arriving at a decision where they want to go. So that's part of what I'm just trying to understand. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Javier.
No, I think you touched a little bit what I was going to say. First, in relation to the 45 days, I have to say I believe in you. That was a joke, a really good one. I would say, you touched a little bit about the timeline. We do give a timeline for the creation, the deployment, and the for the department to be fully functional, which is the coming 2 fiscal years, right? As Dan said, a lot of the stuff that you're asking about, what comes first or second, or as Dan said, a lot of those, if not every single one of those, can happen simultaneously. But the baseline, and one of the big difference between what is the Resilience Hub with the proposed department, and I personally was one of the people who pushed a lot about this, is for accountability, right? That the people who are being served, that are receiving the service, are able to get the feedback and hold the department accountable. I think that's also something that maybe we want to see translated into the Resilience Hub as a model that doesn't exist so far in the city. In the city would be able to pioneer that kind of model, not only with the department, but also with the Resilience Hub. So that's all what I want to say.
I think Namdi and Elizabeth.
Yes, I think all I would want to add is just a comment about the value of gathering data or doing a needs assessment. I'm not so much about the sequencing of these things, because I don't think I have any expertise on this, but kind of thinking as a social scientist, as a psych professor, in this entire process, I was concerned about the potential for bias in the way we went about doing our work as a commission, unintentionally. We weren't in a position to be able to do things like randomly sample the population to get a real reading of what a representative view of the community would be on some of these matters. And almost on any question that we were interested in, we had a little bit of a haphazard approach. We were thoughtful, but we were not systematic. And so I just want to say that just to make a case for why that is an important agenda item, it's not an item that can be taken up by this new entity that we're talking about creating. I'm a person who does believe that we don't want to make the perfect the enemy of the good enough. And I think the things we've identified are very reasonable, credible beginning points. But we may discover through more careful needs assessment, other kinds of data collection efforts that are systematic, we may get a more accurate view that might guide future decisions. So I'm just sort of just really want to comment on why it's valuable to put that in the list, but I wouldn't want to put it ahead of getting the community agency we've talked about getting started. And with that in mind, I just want to raise just another thing kind of along this, just sort of embedded in this, another kind of tricky thing is that what's challenging for me in this process as well is holding this tension between wanting to highlight and prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable in our community, who are most likely to be a numeric minority, with realizing that we have a larger community whose needs also sort of need to be addressed. And so if you do something like do a survey, like a random survey of what Northampton thinks about these kinds of issues, whatever answer you get back from that is unlikely to give you insight into what is helpful for the most vulnerable, right? So even, I guess what I'm getting at is the way you look at data requires this extra level of kind of thoughtfulness to make sure we always prioritize the small numbers. It's not a matter of what the majority think or what the average thinks, or it's really, that's part of our concern. But we also have to kind of think about specialized subpopulations all the time and trying to adequately capture, these small subgroups while not neglecting the needs of the majority. And that's the balancing act. And it's one I think that can be more accurately done with a careful data approach in the future. So I just want to put that into your thinking as you go forward.
Elizabeth?
Thank you. Yeah, as we're discussing our recommendations, we intentionally tried to stop at the level of implementation, just, kind of following along our charge to offer the recommendations. And really because the implementation involves so much of the all the inner workings of the city, which we're not purview to. It's really an executive level kind of decision making, with people who are in the city. So I think that there's a part around, kind of where does our charge start and stop, and where does, kind of the handoff begin. And so, we didn't delve deeper into kind of like how you go about implementing these recommendations, because we were thoughtful about them. We were kind of, hypothesized around them, but really trying to say that's really the role of, it's an executive function of the city to kind of figure out the how. With that in mind, I would definitely recommend having, thinking about a transitionary kind of structure. So it's not just kind of we have a Department of Community Care, and then we do or we do not, and it's just kind of flipping a switch, but just really not underestimating that the power behind this department is really its intersection with all of the other departments within the city. And so having a project manager, someone who is holding, so you have the department, but someone who's holding that transition, who is able to hold all the moving pieces, might be the next best step, in terms of implementation, in terms of, between now, in the next 40 days, investing in a project manager for this undertaking who's going to really help build out what this department looks like and who's going to, have, communication and relationship with all of the other different departments and hold all of that and pull out a timeline and what needs to happen next. I think if you don't prioritize someone holding that, it's going to probably be a disaster because there's just so many moving parts. And again, in order for it to be implemented the way that we are kind of envisioning it, it does have to intersect with and touch almost all of the different departments within the city. So, I think thinking about, what does it look like to have a project manager in the next 40 days assigned, hired and assigned to implement this work and work with y'all to do that, I think is probably a good way to go.
Josie? Josie? Josie, will give you one more try here. I'm sure he'll be back. Maybe he's having trouble connecting.
Sorry, I just couldn't unmute because I switched from my laptop to my phone at some point. So whoever unmuted me, thank you so much. I definitely want to echo and back what Elizabeth has just said 100%. I also want to back up what Nnamdi just said in the sense that, these recommendations come from a very strong place of consensus and from many hours of hard work, and that this is absolutely a starting point, that these recommendations need to be kind of adopted in their entirety, or else if any part of this isn't implemented, there are really strong implications to things falling through the gaps and gaps in services that are integral to so many of our community members. So I just want that kind of stewing in people's minds that it's been painstaking work to give these recommendations. They absolutely need to be taken in full because there's so many kind of nuanced parts that are in there. That's all I wanted to add.
I don't see other commissioner hands. Councillor Dwight?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do seem to be monopolizing this, and I'm sorry. But I want to ask the questions of the legal minds on the commission and also the Board of Health member who also sits here and presides. The Board of Health actually is a unique legal entity under state law that, in fact, actually they can make rules or laws without being elected or accountable to the public. Does that, and one of the recommendations was enfolding this department into under the aegis of the Board of Health, which I don't think is a bad idea. I think it's actually very appropriate because we have identified particularly racism, but other biases as a health problem, as a health crisis. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts along that line because of the unique governance status that the health department enjoys.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. So we've talked about it, we've discussed it. I've talked to Director O'Leary about it, and I researched it through the Mass Association of Health Boards to see if this was, let me say, a stretch or feasible. And they were quite intrigued with the idea. And so they, meaning the Massachusetts Association of Health Boards. Now, I am so protective of Meredith right now as she fights our daily battle with COVID, but she is aware that we were, we discussed this as an option, but that is, that is an option for the city.
Sir Quinlan.
I just
Michael,
wanted to mention.
depending on which hat.
Yeah, well, I was going to answer this as a commissioner, just following up on what Cynthia offered, because I I noted that the health department, we talked about this in the commission that the Board of Health, created the resolution around, combating racism as a public health emergency. And then we as the council, buttress that with our own resolution. And I noted that the health department operates some outreach, and it's something that, there are COVID ambassadors now, and it's not out of place for the health department to do outreach into the community around something like this and, trying to link people with services. So I actually like that part of the discussion quite a bit. And I just wanted to mention that because I do think it's appropriate. And again, I thank Councilor Dwight for noting that much of what we're identifying here as shortcomings in the community are health related.
And I just want to jump in to follow. It's not quite the legal response that you maybe were asking about, but there are a couple of parts about the Board of Health, specifically this being housed within health, because we are suggesting intervention models that are health oriented or that are coming from health and public health. And so one of the things is that those the people involved in that are going to be really well equipped to look and evaluate what is this doing? Is it working? Is this doing what we expect? Is this model following what we have for best practices as well, so that you have not only access to that great body of knowledge, but also the people who are familiar with those approaches when you're responding to these things. But I do think you do bring up a really interesting part, which is that the Board of Health can go further. So if we're looking at the state laws that are coming out around these, if there was something that if you house a Department of Community Care underneath the Board of Health and you see the reforms to policing and you see a gap in there, the department may be able to strengthen that and go beyond or above what Massachusetts law has as the minimum. I think that's one of the interesting parts. When you do that, there's the potential for it anyway. So I'll just leave it at that.
If I may follow up, actually, that's a good point, and I think this is actually somewhat to what Nnamdi was describing, the essential bias of the majority that might be reflected in data analysis. But for instance, and Cindy can speak to this about tobacco interventions being a perfect example of the fact that the Board of Health actually dictated and made rules and actually ultimately is in charge of enforcing, but actually with police as well, tobacco rules and tobacco sales rules and regulations. That could, by extension, be applied. And I'm not describing it as a problem, although I always have a difficult point when you actually have one agency that, without accountability to the population at large, the whole democratic thing gets a little squishy. But the fact is that it does allow for more flexibility in response as problems are identified. The Board of Health can act with the emergency energies that a council could not. In fact, create a law that would be a lot more difficult. It would take a lot more time to bake. But whereas the Board of Health can be more responsive as the problems are identified and as they present, and particularly based on determining the level of critical need for a rapid response. But that's the thrust of my question. That's the thrust of my concern, because, and I don't know if that was discussed when you guys were thinking about the Board of Health as the umbrella agency, if you will, in the city, because also the Board of Health appointees are just that. They're all appointed. They're appointed by the mayor. So you are thereby ceding significant authority to the executive.
Yeah, and just to repeat, and Nnamdi, yeah, we did discuss it. Again, it's not within our power as a commission to make it happen. And so it's, as MAHB said to me, this is very intriguing. And so it's a possibility. Yep. Namdi?
Yes, it is intriguing. I don't have a strong kind of conclusion about it. I just want to raise some things for thought if they're not already being thought about. And now I'm thinking about the work I do as a diversity consultant, work on race and racism. And what I'm hearing here is the argument for bringing in Board of Health or asserting unusual powers is to argue that you're sort of piggybacking on racism as a public health issue, justifying putting this work in Department of Health. And I guess I want to just caution you. I don't disagree with the argument, but I think it's one that I think there should be a sort of public education campaign that helps to explain that to the community and educate the community about this. I think there will be some segments of the community that will not readily see this connection, and I think it could backfire. I'm seeing an analogy. Like let's take a public health crisis that some of us are familiar with called COVID-19, where because of public health concerns, certain powers have been asserted, mandating mask wearing, certain things, and you can see how the political divisions, even something like this, something life-threatening that's killing people, people can find themselves disagreeing about the nature of the threat and who has the right to make them do this or that. So I'm concerned because of what I've seen in numerous situations as we try to talk about racism and we get away from using the N-word and we move to more abstract forms of racism, the systemic forms that are harder for people to see, harder for people to agree about. And then you begin to assert unusual powers where you can make unchecked decisions on the grounds that you are doing it in the name of racism. I'm not sure that's going to go over well with everybody, even though I'm sympathetic to the argument. And so I guess I would say proceed carefully, thoughtfully, and you want to kind of bring people on board, the community on board. And so that I think it requires education, carefully kind of helping people to see the relevance of this. Otherwise, I can imagine an unwelcome backlash. So I'm not saying you can't proceed, but I'm saying proceed with caution. I guess that's my advice.
Dan and Namdi? I'm sorry, Dan and Javier.
Yeah, I think one of the things to note, right, is that these aren't necessarily unchecked powers, that it's not like the Board of Health can make up any rule that it wants. There's specific instances of when they can do it, what they can do, how they can do it. There are checks and balances in place. I think the other part that's important is that the Department, of Community Care, the thing that we've expressed and said this would be good, is that has built-in accountability, that feedback loop that gets initiated that says, oh, this is good, this isn't, and that's really important, especially when we're talking about sort of expansive powers. And we'll say the Board of Health does have a lot of power, and I think it's important to note that. I also think it's important to note that, at least as far as I know, the Board of Health has not abused its powers yet, which is good. But that they're really concerned with making responsible decisions, and that's part of what this is. It's just, how do you make a responsible decision? How do you make sure that it's in line with best practices and that it's in line with all of the research that we have available? So I wouldn't say that I would see the board suddenly going rogue with the ability to help shape a Department of Community Care. But I do think, as Nandi pointed out, it's really important to have sort of education and resources available to people as you start to make these changes. I think, especially if it's integrated with the city, letting people know you still call 911 and dispatch will do that triaging for you, that there's still a response. I think that was the biggest thing that we had. It's getting a little off topic, but to say that we had a lot of public comment where people had called 911 and they were just happy that someone came. They called the police to help with plumbing, or a dog that they saw, or that they thought there was somebody in a building that wasn't supposed to be there, when it turned out it was just another person working in another office. But they were happy that somebody came. And so making sure that everyone knows you can still call and someone will come. There's just another option of who will arrive that matters there. So a little off topic there, but I think that's going to be a big part about this, to get people to understand that this isn't collapsing the system, that there won't be riots in the streets all of a sudden, that it really is just increasing options for people right now.
Javier?
I was going to mention part of what Dan said, so I'm going to just change what I'm going to say and sort of refocus the conversation on talking about the majority of the people, X, Y, and Z. I think that we need to recognize that everybody here has a high level of privilege. The people that we were able to sustain our attendance and sustain our participation in the commission is because we had the time to do it, and that's a privilege. That's sort of disposable amount of time to be able to serve. Certainly, the conditions were not ideal because we lost a fair amount of people of color, and that's true. And that's also a sign of privilege for those that we were able to stay. We also have the privilege of not understanding and even not feeling or facing the urgency of these changes. And we need to think about that. I know that we're talking about what would happen first, second. The reality is that you hire a project manager, you install a board of advising board, and you're ready to go. But again, I think that's bureaucracy that people in our city can figure it out. We need, again, to recenter this, why we're doing it, why it's necessary or not. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do, it's because it is or it isn't necessary, right? And it is necessary because it's urgent. I understand if people here don't get the urgency because they don't have lived experiences of the people that came to talk to us and people who wrote to us or people who are experiencing over policing every single day. I respect that. But the reality is that when we're trying to please the majority that feels safe, and we are pervasively making those communities that are the most affected by these issues wait and wait and wait, that's not the community that we are, and that's not the community that Northampton should be. So I want to recenter a little bit how we're talking about this. I appreciate the process, but our city council and our city hall are full with incredibly smart people, talented people that are going to be able to figure that out. But one of the things that the report sets really clear is that there is an urgency to do this. This is the first time ever that we have gone through this kind of process. And that urgency was palpable. And we need to move forward. If we intend to do it, we need to move forward having that in mind. And I think that the commission is giving extremely concrete ways to do it. Certainly, there are specificities that need to be figured out, and I respect that. But the reality is that we need to recenter the conversation in those who are being more affected.
If I could respond to Javier, I think you would find that there is consensus on the point of the urgency and also the desire for implementation. In fact, I think, essentially, at least my questions, and I actually think the mayor's questions and other councilors' questions have been focused on, maybe you had some ideas how we could more effectively and more promptly do this. And it's fine if you don't. You weren't charged with that, but, this is kind of our our desperate plea for making it a little easier for us to implement this. But that being the case, it is up to us. And so at that point, the charge is given to us. And I don't see anyone shrinking from that charge. I actually see us rushing to embrace it and try and figure out what is the way that we can effectively put this in place and realize this significant visionary change that is critical. And so I want to emphasize that we weren't trying to lose focus. We were kicking the tires. We're trying to see, how we can drive safely out of the lot, if you will. So, any further advice? And in fact, actually, I've learned a great deal. A lot of the more nuanced, expansive discussion that we've had so far has been really helpful for me to help, try and figure out how we're going to navigate this. So, that's just again to say just how appreciative I am of all of your work, all of the energies that have been put in this. And now I'm actually appreciative of the charge that we've been given.
If I can answer, and I appreciate what you're saying, Councilor Dwight. and I know that some members do feel the urgency. My main point is that I hope that procedural objections won't override moral imperatives, and that the things that are needed would move forward.
Councillor Foster.
Thank you. You know, this conversation is definitely an important one, and as we get into a little bit of the weeds of the how, I think that's a really important discussion, and the urgency as well. I think one of the things that's been really challenging as a city councilor is hearing from our community members who don't feel as though when they're in a situation where they don't feel safe, that the police are not a resource that they can use. And, you know, for some people that's due to experience in another city. I recognize that has also been experience here in Northampton as well. And yet also, as we've seen, the police, they are on call 24/7, and many of them are, you know, they're here and they want to serve the community. And as a part of that, and I think also we get into community policing here, the police have taken on more and more and more than their charge. And those interactions help some community members feel safe. And as we've heard through this year, don't help other community members feel safe. And there is an urgency here as a city to create a system where people who don't currently feel safe have an opportunity to feel safe and to get assistance that they need. You know, and as we've talked about the procedures, you know, as you know, and as the commissioners know, the city council does not write the budget. You know, that is the charge of the executive branch. That being said, given that our charge is to, you know, approve the budget, you know, I would hope to see a budget that included a city department for all of the reasons we've discussed here. You know, I think one of the most important, and I've talked about this before, but the more I work with the city and the more I work with various city department heads, I see a group of people who are pretty dedicated to doing the best they can for the city and for the residents. And there's a culture within the city of wanting to do that work. And as we talked about the sort of logistics of a contract to another organization, it is that culture that it's not in the same way. It's not the same accountability as a mayoral election or as, you know, something that's embedded into the city with the resources, the charge, and the culture of the people who are running the city. So that is something as a counselor that you know, I would hope to see. And, you know, as we did talk about as well, that when there is that bidding process or the contracting process, a nonprofit or another organization is in many ways incentivized to bid low. And that is a piece of it, in that, you know, for a professional career or for a department that's truly going to be integrated and truly have the resources and the opportunity to make the difference that I hear our community calling for. That feels like certainly not the only way to go, but also an important way to go to embed this right into how we're doing public safety here as a city. So I want to acknowledge that and elevate that I've heard the commission say that, and I've heard that in public comments from the meetings I've attended and seen, as well as that desire to really see these alternatives embedded into who we are in Northampton. And, you know, there are many reasons that the police are engaging, right? Answering calls and helping, that there are other options that we can be looking at. And so I want to, you know, thank you for elevating this, and just wanted to say that piece, that is something that as a counselor, as you know, we're not writing the budget, we're not charged with it, but your input I think is really valuable. And you know, I hope that that's well considered as we move forward.
Okay.
Could I ask a couple other questions not related to the Department of Community Care? Just some follow-up, other just questions I'm trying to understand from the report. One is about the, there's a mention in the longer term about civilianizing the animal control officer position. And we right now have a one and a half animal control officer, and they are a civilian, and they are not armed, and they're not sworn officers. So I guess I was trying to understand that piece of it a little bit more, because we have an animal control, and actually one of the things I've been trying to do for the last 3 or 4 years is actually build a standalone animal control facility for the animal control officer to work out of, because we don't have one. So we have had to do a combination of renting or using subcontractors, or in some cases contracting with pet boarding facilities and veterinary facilities. And I'm actually bringing an order to the council this week to try to finally construct that for the animal. So I was trying to understand that piece. I didn't know if there was confusion about that these were police officers that were the animal control officers, or because they are civilians and they go through a training process through the state in order to be an animal control officer. They also do animal inspections, which is a public health aspect. So that was just one I was curious about. I know it's a little bit, not as weighty and meaty as what we've been talking about, but that was one that is just one of those ones that didn't compute with me, because they are civilians and it's not an armed response when, Fido gets lost or found or whatever.
So I should probably leave this to someone on the policies and services, but I'll jump out anyway to say that I think the part of this is that we're trying to be very thoughtful about what is on the police's plate and what's underneath their purview. So right now, at least as far as I know, the animal control officer is actually underneath the police department right now, and so getting that to be its own entity, I think was one of the goals there. The other part about this is that right now it is a staff of one. If there's a call at 11:30 at night for a wild animal or a dangerous animal, as far as I know, the police do respond to that at the moment. And so
that is correct. No, that you're definitely correct. That it's a one. Well, we have a part-time person that's there to provide some backup coverage, and actually we're looking to potentially expand that a little bit so there is more. So we're not so reliant on one person. And so, but you are correct. It is embedded, and definitely after hours, if a lost dog is found, it's usually put in a kennel, and then until Shayla can come in, who's our animal control officer, and she has a mobile van, and she then tries to locate the owner and does all those things. So that is true.
So I think that's all that was trying to get at in terms of the recommendation was to minimize that. But sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Cynthia.
No, go ahead. Nick, if you want to address it, but you addressed it fine, Dan. Yeah.
I agree. I don't think we fully are aware of how it currently operates. We looked at services that could be provided by somebody who was not armed and not part of the police. It's something that could be moved, but it sounds like you're already moving it in that direction. I don't, it would be something to look at way down the road.
The other question I had was about details, because I know that's been something that you've worked on a lot and you've talked about, you mentioned in your presentation tonight. I still feel like well, a couple of different issues. The staffing, the safe staffing, which I see you called out tonight. I mean, we do have a safe staffing policy. I think that may have been provided to you possibly after the report. And we do have time limits on how much officers can work. And actually, we've run the data, and the 100 hours is not anywhere near what any officer has worked on average in recent years, and including our highest earning detail officers. So I think there's a disconnect there. But then just the larger piece, is the idea of how much revenue this would create for the city if outside details were not, if outside vendors were not hiring police, but were hiring civilian flaggers, because that's not, again, it's an outside vendor. So that piece still leaves the impression, I think, that would somehow generate new revenue for the city, if that is otherwise, because the city's not paying for those outside details. We're facilitating it, and off-duty officers are performing them, but we're not actually paying for the details. So we're not paying those officers their regular salary for those. So I guess that's what I'm just trying to understand, or just make sure that we're clear about and is clear.
Yeah, so as far as I know, the safe staffing limits right now, it's 16 hours a day is the limit that we got in an email from Chief Casper. I don't know if it goes beyond that to also have like a weekly limit or a monthly limit. I'm more concerned about the weekly. Double shifts are pretty common in different lines of work, but having multiple double shifts is problematic. And that's especially, we're talking about high stress, high risk situations where you want to have someone making decisions at their best. And it's not to say, no one could work overtime or that no one could do detail work in addition to their job. But it's just thinking about what is a safe limit, right? Like there's safe hourly limits for truckers, for tons of different service-oriented positions. And so just thinking about what makes sense for us. And that's why we didn't even specify what that means, other than saying just looking at the data, looking at what we believe as a community is a safe limit for someone who might be speeding down the road, who might be in those situations that are really tense, that might be walking into a domestic violence situation. So concern there. When it comes to detail pay, I don't think we're under the illusion that it's magically going to generate more money or that it's going to radically change the city budget. I think the point there is to say we are willing to make a commitment to spend some portion of that money that comes into the city for detail work on some of these community investments, and just earmarking it that way. It doesn't have to be every cent that comes in or anything like that. And we realize that does mean that that money has to move somewhere, right? It's not just magic, a magic pot that you can keep taking from, that there are limits. So just, yeah.
Yeah, there is an administrative fee that comes to the general fund on those details. So that is correct. And, most all of our revenues just go directly into the general fund and are used to fund all city operations. Okay, I wanted to understand that piece more. But I do think the safe staffing piece, I think that you've made some conclusions in the report that I don't think are accurate in terms of the actual, taking officer hours and concluding that some officers are working 100 hours with their details, because that's not, our top detail officers, for at least the last fiscal year we have full data on, where none of them exceeded 50 to 60 hours, and then everyone else was way below that. So that the 100-hour thing, we do not have officers. And then the only other piece I would say is just, when you think about staffing, why people have to work double shifts or why they get held over for shifts, you're kind of making an argument for safer staffing levels, which, probably isn't really what you're asking for, meaning hiring more police officers and having safer staffing. So that's one of the things that drives, why someone would get held over. And it's not just the police, it happens in fire rescue, where sometimes we have to hold over people for shifts because we have injuries or we have people out on sick leave. And so it's something that happens across all departments. And, it's safe staffing is often about having more staff, not less staff. So that's just the only other caution. See St. Vincent's Hospital for therein lies the rub about safe staffing.
So before I respond, I'll recognize Javier and then Namdi, and then Alex, are you asking about this or did you have another question?
I did have a comment about this.
Okay, so sorry, Javier, Namdi, and then Alex.
Yep. Of course, I mean, Mayor Nekowitz, certainly under no circumstances we are asking, and I want to be really clear, under no circumstances we're asking to expand the footprint of the Northampton Police Department at all. Not by new staffing, not by increase the budget or anything like that. But my comment is more in relation to a little of a pushback to what Nick said in relation to animal control. I think that animal control, in fact, is the low-hanging fruit, easy to change. If one of the main arguments that we have been doing is having the right person for the right situation, I think animal control is sort of the easy example of it. So I do think that animal control is really, it's one of the things that is really simple to do and to pass and to take away from the police department.
Namdi and then Alex.
Just wanted to follow up on the mayor's noting that there may have been some errors or discrepancies in the report about how certain numbers are characterized. And of course, such errors are totally unintentional, but it's a good opportunity for me to note that one thing I learned in the process of serving on the commission was that in our interim report had some errors that were pointed out by the chief. And so, I think it's good practice for us to kind of say that there may be mistakes as far as how data were crunched and numbers were arrived at. I would recommend to the city that that you be open to feedback from the police department or other entities that might point out that errors were made. I mean, so I do not think that our process allowed us to double and triple check our figures. And if we made errors, I definitely want to apologize for myself, and I can't speak for everyone else in the commission, but of course, we do not intend to mislead or misinform, and we want those things to be corrected. So just the bottom line is that this is a process that probably resulted in some errors, maybe important ones, like the one the mayor just pointed out. And so I would say that though we can stand by the philosophy of the report and the kind of the general values that it represents, I think the specific figures and data may be terribly incorrect. And it would be very important for those errors to be acknowledged and and we should just be aware of that. So that's my only comment now.
Alex?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the civilian flaggers traffic detail question. And one of the reasons was to reduce the footprint of policing where it is not needed. So this is not in any way to take away work from officers who very much depend on that. But to civilianize it where it's allowed and have an unarmed and not in police uniform response there. So police officers could still take those shifts, but others could as well. So that was part of the thinking, I think, in that. And there was an error in that section, and we have submitted to the co-chairs a correction, and I also definitely apologize for that. You can't always trust, even if it's corroborated in many places, you can't always trust that. So apologize for that, and to encourage that we continue to fix or put an addendum for corrections in the report.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think one last thing to follow up on that is just that when we're talking about safe staffing levels, I think it's important to say we're not saying just go out and hire more police. It's saying look at all of the responders in the city, what they're capable of, what their charge is, and then use the data that you get from looking at the time spent on calls for particular times, and to use that information to determine what safe staffing levels are for the city. And that's across departments. And of course, you're always going to run into things. There's always going to be a need for overtime. But I think when you get to, say, $250,000 in overtime regularly, or $200,000 in overtime regularly, that might be a point where you want to look at what is happening in there. And I think that's all that was. But I also want to recognize Booker and then Elizabeth.
It always hurts to hear about errors we make in what we do in a very public way. The data is difficult. There is no controversy. The police agree, we agree, and all public comment agree that police should not be involved with the majority of mental health calls. There was no disagreement about calls related to homelessness.
Mhm.
There was no disagreement with calls related to substance use. We did not make a firm conclusion about domestic violence because we couldn't figure out best practice there. We just have a lot of information about what doesn't work. I actually am uncertain, after all the work we did, of what proper staffing levels should be for Northampton. And I could not get a clear answer about how many police should we have to do the basic things that we actually spelled out in the report, thanks to the policy. Here's what police need to do. Nobody else can do this but the police. What is the staffing for that? And that's really hard to figure out. And for what you're asking us to do, that should be a really clear answer. And I'm sure it's not a clear answer. As a doctor, how many doctors should there be in the emergency room? Well, that changes based on the time of the year and everything else. So my guess is that's also the answer for the police. So our theme is how to keep everybody safe. But how do we keep everybody safe so that you don't make somebody feel unsafe because the police appeared? And that's why we're thinking about best response at the best time. And Chief Casper shares that ideal, I think. So that there's no disagreement about that. So I agree that there's a problem with how we initially stated the data about overtime. I hope we don't get lost in that discussion so that we don't pay attention to what we think we can change policing and do in a different way. And, I just have to say that out loud. I'm glad I live in Northampton for a variety of reasons, and I'm glad I live in a town with policing that attempts to do things in the best ways possible. But because using Javier's words, I am a person of privilege, I am less likely to be in a situation where the police are going to treat me in ways that are not great. However, if I was wandering the streets and not looking good and looked homeless, I might not feel the same way. So, and I'm trying to protect those people, and that's what I think we're all aiming at. We purposefully didn't use words like just simply abolish the police, because we recognize that the police are needed. We know that. We're just trying to put them in the places where they do their job the best, where they're most needed, but also have them not be in places where they may not serve safety and actually may decrease the amount of safety. So I just want to bring us back to that as an issue.
And I just want to be clear, Dr. Bush, I was not making an issue about overtime or somehow, it was really about the implication that the public may think that we have officers working 100 hours a week, and that they're, that they're officers on the streets that have been working 100 hours a week, which, would be incredible, and that would not be safe, and we wouldn't want that to happen. So that was my one concern about that calculation, was just that piece of it. Not the overtime piece of, not the funding or any of that piece of it. It was just that implication.
Thank you. We share that same concern. I agree with you.
Elizabeth and then Namdi.
I think this is another example of why it's so important to, when you're trying to do something a different way, that you can't look at it through the same lens as what you're currently doing. I think that when you are talking about overtime or double shifts and all of this, part of that includes activities that we want a Department of Community Care to take over. So, I think that the idea around staffing too has to be looked through a collaborative lens with, what if there, what does the community care, office take care of? What is it really relooking at, if there's a car accident, does it need 5 officers to respond to it? Maybe with the Office of Community Care, there's 1 officer and the rest are handling and support for victims or support for, other types of things. So it's again, just can't underestimate the complexity of what this is what we're recommending here, and that it really does mean to, when you're thinking about staffing levels, you're thinking about these other pieces, that it does require a holistic look of not just kind of the current needs of what the police are currently doing, but also thinking about what shifts over into this other group. And along those same lines, we had a lot of discussion around detail in particular, and what it means to have an armed officer, doing a detail. And so it's not just about, kind of who, the staffing hours or the hours maybe, adding to, over 100 hours or what have you. It's also about kind of what it means. Like why do private companies request armed response, to have directing traffic? Why is that important? Because it actually it silences and deters and makes people afraid, makes a certain population afraid. And that's exactly the type of show of force and that they're intending, And so, again, it's really important to realize that it's not just the hours, but it's also, what having an armed police officer detail means, as we're through the frame of, we're trying to have members of this community who don't feel safe. They're more likely to encounter a police detail than anything else. Any other interaction with police. If they're following all the other laws and everything else, they're still going to have police officers directing you. And I know that's I'm not the only person who's just having a police officer having directing traffic is a source of stress, of traumatic stress. And so just to not to lose that point around this issue as well.
And then Namdi.
Thank you. I guess one thing I'd like to add about one of the concerns I've voiced already is about not sort of inviting early on more input from the Northampton Police Department. We did get to hear from the chief, and I actually had some individual discussions with a few officers and along the way, just to kind of get a picture of some things. And one thing that emerged from that process I want to share with everybody here, and particularly those who are going to be making decisions with our report, is I came to the view that for some officers who work in Northampton, they take a great deal of pride in the reputation that the Northampton's department has in the broader community. They see themselves, the ones I spoke to, see themselves as progressive relative to their peers in the environment. And there were some things that were that back that up, including our interview with CSO Crisis indicated that in their interactions with the Northampton Police, they found the Northampton Police to be exemplary in ceding authority to mental health professionals and making decisions about involuntary commitment, that there was a kind of willingness to work hand in hand with other partners in a way that other departments were not as good as. So I bring this up because one thing that I'd like you guys to kind of keep in mind as we make reforms is that if it's true that certain officers gravitate to Northampton to work because they have a certain value in what they think of as progressive policing, community policing, and as we start to change the job description so that we take away certain features of the job, we're sort of saying that these things are no longer, that basically what we're saying is that we're limiting the job to those roles that require an armed response. I worry that an unintended consequence of this is making this job attractive to sort of militarily oriented police officers and less attractive to those who see themselves as progressive and community minded. I'm a little concerned that it might change the character of the department that we have left. And I guess it's a ball I'd like to ask you all to keep an eye on and maybe investigate further with the chief about how to kind of proceed with creating viable alternatives to policing without seriously gutting the core of the identity of the department that we have and the parts of it that are positive, and what can be done to kind of preserve what we might find, what we find attractive and what they find attractive about themselves. And if there's a way to do that, I think it's something that would be worth trying to preserve.
So Alex, I don't know, was your hand still up or did you want to respond to that?
Oh, no, sorry, I forgot to lower it.
All right, that'll go to Javier and then myself.
Yeah, I want to push a little bit back from what Namdi said, because I think that resorting to extremes is never good. The reality is that at the end of the day, if you have, as Nandi quoted, progressive and community-minded candidates and police officers, that's the community that we want to be, right? So what we're proposing here is in line with a progressive, a community-minded community. So I'm hoping that when we do this, that's going to be an incentive, an added layer of incentive for the right candidates to come here, because they are going to be coming to a community that puts affected population first. And that's the kind of officers that we want at the end of the day. So I want to push back in what Nandi said, stating that, because I think that we want to be that community that we're talking about, and we want people attracted by the same values to come to the police department. So I think that's an incentive. So I see that as a positive, and resorting to extremes, it doesn't really help.
I guess I want to a little bit affirm what Namdi said, because even before this debate, this has been an issue within our department that, we've been trying to, it's the debate about, sort of the warrior mentality, like the military style mentality versus the guardian mentality. And that is something that the police department in Northampton has been trying to work on over time through a lot of different reforms, getting out of civil service many years ago, which gave us the ability to do our own sort of recruitment and not be bound by some of the civil service issues that happen. We've recently reformed the types of degrees that we accept, not just criminal justice degrees, but all sorts of different degrees, because we're trying to get more diverse officers. So I hear what you're saying, Javier, but I also want to acknowledge that that is a concern. That is definitely a concern, and especially if I do want to affirm what you're saying, because it has been an ongoing discussion point about what we want our police force to be and look like, and the types of people we've tried to recruit. So just, I have to push back on your pushback, I guess, that's all.
I'm just going to wade in a little bit, because I think we're getting into some areas that are a little dangerous, which is that our commission very purposely did not look to adjudicate whether or not the police officers that Northampton has right now are good. or the best or better than average or anything else. We didn't look at that. We also didn't look at what the problems are, but there are problems in the Northampton Police Department, just like there are everywhere else. It's not magically immune to them. And so I think it's really important for us to say, yeah, there might be, actually not even there might be, there are good officers. But the issues that we have, the problems that we're trying to address are with the structural part, the institution itself. It's not an evaluation of, are the officers good enough? Are they coming from the right perspective? With the idea that you can have the best candidates in the world, but if they don't have a space, if they aren't, coming at that from the way that we would identify as best practices, that even their best attempts aren't going to produce the optimal outcomes. And that's what we're really looking for. So, and that gets back to the models that are used, right? So that, police are using punitive and carceral, models of interaction, and we're looking for intervention and prevention models. That's just the reality there. So I think it's important to think really. I don't want to say that somehow Northampton would become suddenly unattractive. I think maybe knowing that there's a community care department might inspire some of those same people to apply for those positions, so that you would still have those. I think that's really important. And in fact, I think you could even establish like Ithaca has, in terms of prioritizing, as long as people meet the qualifications, that you prioritize existing city employees, right? You could do that to keep those officers that are really dedicated to that, and they would want, and if they wanted to have unarmed positions within the city to deal with the issues like houselessness or with substance use, the chief identified that there were officers who wanted to specialize in that, and great, as long as they go through the training, they have that, they could in fact apply for positions and work through that department, especially if we're talking many years down the road and you've scaled up, which would be pretty awesome. But I think it's important to think about it not as, or at least to be careful that we're not evaluating, like our work did not evaluate whether or not the police were good at their jobs, or whether or not there weren't problems in that space too. So I just want to be careful before we even get to adjudicating that kind of thing. That's my only bit there. But then I guess Elizabeth.
Thank you for that, Dan. I agree. It's taking it from kind of the personal to the institutional, and that's kind of where we wanted to try to keep it. And I think it's also it's also a problem to think about the police roles as a kind of this bifurcated, they're a warrior or they're a guardian, because why are we here? We're not here not because of their kind of think that police and their essential roles or how they see themselves. We're here because of the lens of bias and racism that causes them to harm communities of color, and it's through that lens that actually is the most dangerous piece of their role. Whether they're a guardian of whom, for whom, warrior for whom. And so I think it's not so much one of those types of kind of how they identify one way or the other. It's about kind of again embedding what is the culture of this community. How is the city reinforcing that culture against bias, against white supremacy, against the powers that that are resting within police to be judge, jury, and executioner. What are the ways that this community is creating that culture? And it goes well beyond a job description. A job description is actually absolutely where it starts. And we reviewed policies that talk about prioritizing candidates that have experience in the military. So that's that could be a place to start as well. Again, how are we prioritizing candidates? As you mentioned, we do have a broad discretion as to how we prioritize candidates. That's just the beginning. Really, the culture is created every single day. And again, whether you're a warrior or you're a guardian, the key question is for whom. and as the culture is being created, within the department and in the Department of Community Care as well, understanding that at the heart of it, we need to create a culture that sees every member of this community as worthy of care, and worthy of the same level of humanity and respect. If we can't miss that, regardless of what formation the police department takes on or this Department of Community Care, we can't lose that centering within racial justice and gender justice, all of these pieces that bring us here tonight. Again, I guess I'll pushing back on your pushback in that, it's not just about, just one type of officer or the other. It's about how we create our community together. And it's in all the different layers by which we do that.
Councillor Maori.
So just to recap and clarify, partly because my internet is unstable, what I think I'm hearing from the commissioners is that the commission sees value and recommends that public safety services that do not require armed police response be housed and funded outside the police department, whether that be the health department or the Department of Community Care. Is that a correct statement? Thank you.
Yes, sorry, should vocalize that.
Yeah, I'm a little tired, so I just want to make sure I was on target there. Thank you.
Can I just ask Rachel, do you feel comfortable with that statement, or do you have questions about it?
I'm really here to learn from you. I have something invested in it as being part of the council that will make budgetary decisions. That's why I wanted to be actually very clear about it. But frankly, you are all the experts at this point, and that's why I'm here to really hear from you. But to be a little clearer, I do not have immediate discomfort. I don't have discomfort with that statement. I've read the report, and I think that your report and your evidence gathering backs that up, and the testimony, and basically what Elizabeth was just alluding to. I just wanted to really put it in those clear, simple terms for myself. Thank you.
Just to add complexity, I think Nick wants to speak as well.
I just want to confirm, Rachel, I think you captured it correctly, that we are looking for ways to find alternatives to policing to the police where possible. And I also want to highlight what Booker said a little while ago, where he kind of mentioned the areas that we had complete consensus on. This meeting is starting to get into some of the weeds where discussions can go on for a very long time. But I think, Rachel, you really captured it. And I think Booker captured the areas of consensus and total agreement that we were all in favor of. Just want to put that out.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Nick.
As you now all can relate to, we have no choice but to get into the weeds sometimes in this kind of forum, because there's no other way for us to have those more in-depth, nuanced conversations. So thank you for indulging us on that. Okay. I am scrolling and looking for other questions or comments. And I'm not seeing any. Oh, Nnamdi.
Sorry, I'm not going to resist getting into some weeds. Another homework assignment for the council, and as we hand the ball over to you. I'm still struck with the immense amount of pain that the community feels about the relationship. Some in the community feel about the relationship with the police department. And I think with the recommendations that we have left you, I don't see how we have fully solved the problem. And maybe we may never be able to fully solve the problem. I think we've made it better by creating the alternatives that we just described. But I think one important future piece of work for you guys to think about is what the remaining police department can do to restore in some way or improve the feeling of trust and connection that these same people who are raising these concerns have. I see this as a job that maybe only the police department can do, to do a better job of outreach or somehow, so again, we're envisioning a much smaller footprint for the police department. We want them to be involved in less and all of that, but they're still going to be involved and present, and they're still living here in this community. And I think, and they may be the people that you see on the worst day of your life. We're thinking about having them involved only in these more significant crime-related situations. And I think we want those situations to go, we want everyone in the community to feel ultimately potentially safe and cared for. And I think we didn't really leave you with a roadmap for how to start that work and of healing that I think still needs to happen. And I think probably needs to happen coming from the police doing a better job of reaching out to these marginalized communities and doing whatever they can to try to re-win trust. And so if as a future agenda item, I suggest working on how that process can start, because I think our work will not be done until we try to heal that fractured relationship here in Northampton. And I don't think our recommendations solve that. So I guess I want to leave you with that thought.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other comments. I just want to reiterate our just true thanks. We are deeply indebted to all of you for this hard and intense work that you did over a short period of time, and we're just deeply grateful. So thank you so much for this and for all the time and for the time this evening, which I think we all really appreciate, and I'm glad that we had this opportunity to have an in-depth conversation with you and really be able to appreciate the report in this way. So thank you, thank you. Mayor Narcoitz, do you have any final thoughts?
No, just again, echoing what I said at the beginning, just again, thank you for your service and thank you for tonight's opportunity to just ask a few questions and understand a little bit more. I may have follow-ups. Some of you may hear from me with more questions, but thank you.
Will this require a motion to adjourn?
Let's do it just for the sake of doing it, since we did take roll call to start. So,
Well, so moved then.
Second.
There's been made and seconded. Laura, will you roll call the council adjourning?
Dwight.
Yes.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councillor Shara.
Yes.
And Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you so much, you all. Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
What an accomplishment.